70444. By a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item C2, case number 2021-050508, by a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of the settlement of special education litigation in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Concerning item C3, case number 2021-040977, by a vote of 6-0, the board took action to approve of a settlement in accordance with the terms of a written agreement. Regarding case in RE 926647, by a vote of 6-0, the board approves entering into the proposed settlement agreement. Those were the announcement of closed session actions taken, so I'm going to adjourn closed session. Call to order.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here. Here.
Here. So I noticed, I don't know if the board wants to do this, our labor partners are here. If you wanted to go first. You want to go first since you're here? No? Oh yeah, we have to do a pledge. So Alvin or Allison, why don't you help us with the pledge first, and then you can go ahead. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you, Dr. Steps. Why don't you go ahead? We tend to honor people that are here, so. I don't know. Steve will.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board President Phelps, board members, Dr. Blanco. My name is Dr. Allison Steps, President of United Teachers of Pasadena. The Delta variant of COVID-19 is in our community and has created significant concerns relating to schools reopening for in-person learning. California Teachers Association, of which we are an affiliate, purports that nearly 90% of educators in California have reported being vaccinated, and CTA has strongly supported vaccines, along with multiple layers of safety precautions, including masks, testing, and physical distancing as our primary and most important defense against COVID. The National Education Association states that the number of youth who are vaccinated is too low. Those under 12 years old cannot be vaccinated, and their position is that every educator who can be vaccinated takes the vaccine. It is imperative, however, to follow the science and the CDC guidelines as it relates to fighting COVID-19 and its variants. In our diverse community of Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre, there are strong feelings and opinions regarding taking the vaccination versus not taking the vaccination. There are historical events that come into play for many people of color, and their perspective must not be minimized. As you deliberate your decisions, you will certainly reflect on those realities as well as what you believe is best for this school district that serves mostly children of color. You must also recognize that there are often complex medical issues at play when people are making the decision to be vaccinated or not. This issue is not cut and dry. It is multi-layered and has multiple impacts and effects on students and the educators who work with them. Should you choose to mandate vaccinations for UTP members, Pasadena Unified School District will need to bargain the impacts and effects of that decision. This leads us to a detailed quarantine procedure of which the association has not been made aware of yet. There are known variables that must be considered when discussing quarantine protocols PUSD will utilize. There are educators within PUSD who work at the same and or different sites who happen to be married, and those educators that have children at schools within the district. What will the quarantine protocols be that we will follow? What are the procedures for testing, and who exactly will be testing? It is August 2021, and we've experienced class and grade level shutdowns, and we are just finishing day 11 of the school year. With over 15,000 students and about 2,000 employees, there is no reason we should not have a clear plan that acknowledges we are still in a pandemic, and and shows us what steps we'll be taking in the case of a positive exposure. The obligation of this board is to insist on a viable plan that mitigates the risk to our entire community. PUSD must collaborate and bargain with UTP so that all educators and students can be safe. UTP must play an active role in developing any mandates in our district when it comes to our members. We need to address any mandated vaccinations, testing, tracing, masking, distancing, hand washing, ventilation, and sanitizing to ensure that students and educators are able to look forward to a safe, uninterrupted, in-person education this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubbs. Thank you, Mr. Nash. I think, Madam Clerk, you probably have some public comment, but we need to do a check on the numbers, so to see if we need to reduce to 2 minutes. So what do we have?
Well, I have a total of 16 pages and
16 pages,
16.
not speakers, 16 pages.
I don't know speakers. I just counted the pages. But, so, you know, they're not, on some of them, there's more than one speaker. Yeah.
Well,
And then I have, I guess, they're separated from agendized to
there's some
non-agendized.
unagendized that, yeah, I was aware of as well.
Okay.
But my priority under the Brown Act, the public has the right to address the board before the board makes a decision. So my priority is always to get those in, because otherwise we're not going to. Oh.
I was handed there's a couple more pages I think that came in after the 2:30 cutoff.
Okay, and let's count those.
There's like 4 pages.
So it seems like with are those agendized? Who gave that to you? Ms. Arona, were those latest ones agendized? Okay. So it sounds like we need to do 2 minutes. It just sounds like previous meetings to me.
Okay, I have one here that says agenda item 11.
Yeah, a lot of them are on that.
Does that
but-
mean that I should read them at the item, or am I reading them?
Well,
Just to to clarify, in the future, can we know the number of comments? I don't know how to interpret
Yeah.
pages. I'm just finding that hard.
number of
But
so
I mean,
yeah.
I would have to sit here and
So,
go
Diane-
through all the pages and count
No,
how
I
many.
hear you, but I think this is a request to Diane in the future for number of comments submitted. Yeah,
well, just
per
we
agenda
always
item.
know how many cards there are, but we don't know how many.
Per
we
agenda
have
item
here.
would be fine, because then we would know the total. Yeah.
Do you want to start with unagendized items and then move to agendized items and
Well,
do the?
I'm afraid that we're not going to stick to the. I'd rather do unagendized afterwards.
Well, unagendized are supposed to be prioritized again per our policy because they can't be done later.
But they can be done at the end of the meeting, is what I'm saying. Yeah, they can be done at the end of the meeting.
I'm just saying what our policy says today.
Okay. So I would rather, because the Brown Act, right, says if the board's going to take a decision, right, you get to talk to the board. So I'd rather start with agendized, right?
Okay.
All right, so 2 minutes, who's doing that? Ms. Sanchez is? 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we're going to have to stop in the middle again of a comment. Madam,
Unless you shift to the last paragraph and just read the ending, sometimes.
okay, well, I guess the clerk will figure out how to summarize if you're running out of time. Okay, so 2 minutes. Most of we're hearing that most of them are okay. Good. Well, let's go ahead and get them in so that we satisfy the right.
Okay. So the first one, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Lee, the founder and CEO of Project Talent Launch, or PTL for short. We're a 501c3 founded in the San Gabriel Valley. Our mission is to partner with business and community organizations to create internship opportunities for all high school students. I'm here today to invite the Pasadena Unified School
Wait,
District.
this is not an agendized item.
Well, it was
No.
not. This is the
Okay.
stack of not
So
agendized. This-
unagendized is at the end. We just want to do agendized right now. Something about COVID. Probably, yeah.
Okay, I have something about the Frostig Center.
Frostig
So-
is on the agenda. That's Judy McKinley. That's on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll start with Judy McKinley.
Okay, Ms. Sanchez, we're going to start over.
But now I just got to remember to come back to this other one.
We will.
Hold on.
We will do non-agenda. Don't worry.
I know, right? Well, this yellow sticky note makes me remember that. Okay. So, from Judy McKinley, I am confused. Why is K3G approval of contract with Frostig Center as part of equitable services provided for school year 2021 to 2022? Board Report 26-B, not on the K3A approval of consultant contracts under $96,700. Why is a memorandum of understanding between the Frostig Center Consultation and Education Department and the Gooden School part of a contract between Pasadena Unified School District and the Frostig Center? From
So what we will do is we will remember at that item to have clarification. Okay? Got it.
From Lamise Chang, PUSD parent, to Superintendent McDonald and the board, given the risk associated with having all students attend in-person classes during a time when COVID transmission is still very prevalent and most children are unable to get vaccinated, as well as the logistical difficulty by providing quality school experience through remote instruction, we encourage the board to consider modifying this year's in-person school experience to one that is held primarily on campus but outdoors. Pasadena schools are privileged to have an abundance of open space on their campuses, which currently remain unused most of the day while children are spending the days in enclosed rooms where the virus can spread more easily. Per resolution number 2625, which I assume will be adopted tonight, the superintendent would have the authority to make modifications to the school setting through repairs or improvements to school property in the interest of health and safety of students and staff, including using coronavirus aid money for this purpose. However, very little modification in money would really be needed. Students could be brought outside using existing or very low-cost furniture and materials, such as floor mats, clipboards, and rolling whiteboard. Instruction can continue uninterrupted while students are given more room to physically distance themselves from each other in the open air. This seems like a simple and effective solution, much like the one implemented by restaurants and other businesses in order to continue to operate safely over the past year and a half. If there's a reason that the district would not be able to do this, we'd like to know. Thank you. From Anna Eisenberg. Require and enforce proof of vaccination and mask wearing for attendance at extracurricular events like football games, even if outdoors, starting with the football game at PHS this Friday. In addition, food should not be allowed in the bleachers areas where social distancing is not enforced. This allows an easy excuse not to properly wear a mask. If these precautions cannot be implemented, then attendance should be canceled. Not doing so could lead to a super spreader event for our school and our community. We must do everything we can to prevent the spread of this disease to allow our children to remain in person at school. Enforce mask wearing in the hallways at PHS. Kids are shoulder to shoulder during passing periods, and masking is not enforced at this time. For high schools where all students are eligible for the vaccine mandate, proof of full COVID vaccination for in-person attendance. Immediately place all unvaccinated students in remote learning until they are fully vaccinated. During times of high transmission, implement twice-a-week rapid pool testing during the first period of the day for each class. Have students self-test at their desks, collect and wait for results. If positive, the entire class must go home and not be allowed to return until they have a negative PCR test. Vote yes on agenda item 11. Approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. Item at next board meeting, special or regular. From Mike Lamb, given that the CDC is once again asking that everyone mask up indoors, vaccinated or not, it is clear that the Delta variant can be carried and transmitted by everyone. The incidence of breakthrough infections are trending upward, as are the number of severe side effects and or death resulting from mRNA vaccines, a vaccine that has the dubious distinction of being more dangerous than all other vaccines in history combined. These facts alone should give you pause. As policymakers, you are entrusted to safeguard the rights of the few as much as the rights of the many. The ethical and moral bar must be extremely high if you are going to force unwilling children to be injected with a relatively unknown drug, a drug with side effects we will not truly know for years to come. May you have the strength, courage, and wisdom to make the right decision, even if you make it alone. Thank you for your time. From David Chavez. Greetings, school board members and superintendent. I am a parent of 2 PUSD children, a resident in board member Bailey's trustee area, and I work as a history instructor at PCC Northwest, which is located on the Mirror campus. I am writing today to demand the board vote yes on item 1. I don't know. Oh, okay. Item I, approval of board member request to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations item at next board meeting, special or regular. Each of you knows the current data of the Delta variant cases in LA County, the cases at Marshall, and many of you have probably experienced family and friends who have contracted COVID-19. Yet, why have board members Phelps, Pomeroy, Bailey, and Hall-Lee been reluctant to approve this necessary health initiative? As an instructor at PCC Northwest, I am already under a vaccine and testing mandate for teaching at PCC. Yet this is not the case in the district. Our students and families deserve to have public health equity with other districts and public entities. Not approving the agenda item goes against the 2 resolutions that were passed for Black, Latinx, and Indigenous students. Where is the commitment to equity when it is a fact that Black and Latinx families have been the hardest hit by COVID-19 in our district in terms of deaths, long-term health impacts, and the least amount of vaccine access? Vote yes on agenda item 11. It looks like 11. And then pass, and is it agenda item 11? Okay, thank you. And then pass an equity public health resolution for vaccines and testing in the district. If you vote no, myself and hundreds of other parents want to see you at PUSD campuses every day for 8 hours. If those conditions are okay for our majority Black and Latinx students population, then it should be good enough for you. From Michelle Berry, Pasadena school parent. Members of the board and PUSD parents, I am concerned that the board is taking up the issue of mandating the mRNA vaccine on our kids. The facts are coming out from various countries and some states within the U.S. that the mRNA vaccine has a much lower effectiveness to the new Delta variant and may not protect against future ones. We are already seeing the Delta variant affect both vaccinated and unvaccinated. Why would we then force it on our kids? We also do not know the long-term effects of this drug, as the trials will not be completed for a few more years. We entrust you to make decisions for our kids that can affect them for the rest of their lives. Do you want to take on the liability of this drug? We hope that you can take it into consideration, these facts. Thank you for your time. Angela Lowell. Greetings, PUSD school board members. As a parent with a sophomore attending Marshall Fundamental, I would like to address the student COVID-19 vaccination/testing requirement. Links to reference data are linked below. Deaths and cases. 1. Data directly obtained from the PPHD shows that from March 28, 2020 to present, there have been 354 deaths attributed to COVID in Pasadena. More than half of those deaths, 52.8%, were attributed to long-term care facilities. The median age is 81 years old. The number of deaths reported under 18 is 0. As of yesterday, 8/25, I guess 8 out of 25, the average daily case count is 26.9. We must take real-life data and science into account when making decisions to keep our children safe. Decisions made in the past have had and will continue to have a tremendous negative impact on the mental health and well-being of our children. It would be irresponsible to ignore the facts and base our decisions on fear, especially when that fear is not supported by the data or the science PUSD so often claims to rely upon. We should be cognizant of when we are misrepresenting fear for actual danger. On that note, I would like to share some additional data that I hope you will consider when making future decisions about our children with regard to COVID, especially when it comes to requiring the vaccine or weekly testing. Mental health, too, with regard to COVID measures in the U.S., including school closures, compared with the rate in 2019, a 31% increase in the proportion of mental health-related emergency department ED visits occurred among adolescents aged 12 to 17 years in 2020. Among adolescents aged 12 to 17 years, mean weekly number of ED visits for suspected suicide attempts were 22.3%, higher during summer 2020 and 39.1% higher during winter 2021 than during the corresponding periods in 2019, with a more pronounced increase among females.
Thank you.
That's it. From Dana Parks. Per your August 26 meeting, you will be deciding on COVID-19 vaccination and testing mandates for our teachers and students. While we all understand the seriousness of COVID-19 and the recent FDA approval of one of the mRNA gene therapy drugs, the long-term studies will not be completed until May of 2027. As with any experimental medication, according to the Nuremberg Code, individuals must retain the right to refuse. The Board of PUSD has an obligation to its constituents to promote unity and vote against the division and disparity that forced immunization will cause. It is also paramount that the Board recognizes the limitation of its jurisdiction. According to California Health and Safety Code, Section 120338, immunizations deemed appropriate can only be added before a pupil's first admission. With Pasadena Public Schools and most private schools who follow your lead back in the classroom, this window has passed. Also of note, the setting of the childhood immunization schedule is the jurisdiction of the Center for Disease Control, and as of today, they have not added Comirnaty nor any EUA COVID-19 drugs to said schedule. You must recognize that for now. This decision must remain with the individual or parent guardian. From Esmeralda Nava, parent of PUSD middle schooler. Vote yes today on agenda 11. I-11. That's what it is. Okay, I got it.
You got it now?
Finally, I got it. Well, the font, it looks different. I don't know what it is, but it makes sense now. For some reason, it's right. Okay. Approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations item at next board meeting, special or regular. Jess Rivas. Good afternoon, Board President Phelps and board members. Please vote yes today on agenda item number 11, approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations item at next board meeting, special or regular. This matter should be this matter should be agonized and action taken as soon as possible. Thank you.
Maybe
That's
agendize?
what. Maybe she meant agendize, but it says agonize.
We could just add a D, maybe? We'll add a D.
I don't know. AGO.
Oh,
N-I-Z-E-D.
okay, all right. Spell check or something.
From Carol Gerber. Vote yes on agenda item 11. I hope that the importance of all students' lives is in the forefront of everyone's mind. Vaccines save lives. I think that all employees need to be vaccinated and then show proof of the vaccine. Hopefully the unions will back this decision. I know these have been challenging times for all districts, but I hope that Pasadena USD will be a leader on this issue. From Vanessa Eads, and I hope I pronounced the last name correct. I'm a PUSD parent of a 4th and 8th grader. Like many parents, I'm so happy our kids are back in school. As happy as I am, I'm equally nervous, especially for my unvaccinated 9-year-old. PUSD is not doing all all that it can to keep our kids safe. It's incredibly disheartening and frustrating that we are in our third week of school and my kids have not had the opportunity to get tested at school. We all know how crucial weekly testing is to keeping our kids safely in school. LAUSD is the second largest school district in the U.S., and they were able to test every student and staff member before the first day of school. In testing everyone, they were able to catch over 3,000 COVID cases before students returned to the classroom. Why has PUSD not been able to do this for our kids and our community? Now that the FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine, there is no excuse for not mandating vaccines for all teachers, staff, and students 12 years and older. Please do everything you can to keep our kids safe. You can mandate weekly testing and mandate vaccines. Other districts are doing it. I have read online comments from PUSD board members that it's hard to mandate vaccines and testing. What it is hard, I'm not sure. If it means keeping our students, teachers, and communities safe, then PUSD needs to do the hard work. I think she was saying, so what if it is hard? But that's not what it says. Okay. Next, from Judy McCune. Is this to be read? Okay. From Judy McCune. Please vote yes on I action item number 11. Agendize, hold a meeting, and consider how to improve and better meet the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. Prevent harm, prevent the spread of the coronavirus, offer wraparound support to entire families, not just students, spread education. How many nurses do we have that speak Spanish? How many opportunities have families had to learn the latest strategies of nutrition and health to boost the immune system? We have funds. Now use them directly on the families that need help. Offer short-range and long-range plans and explain why. Let's go above and beyond what other districts are doing. Meet families at schoolyards and or parks or outside markets. We will all benefit from strong public health programs that implement quickly the latest research. The best practice is prevention. Be inclusive. From Jane Potel. Dear PUSD school board members, I respectfully request that the board vote yes on agenda item I-11. Approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations items at next board meeting, special or regular. In order for our schools to facilitate a safe learning environment, frequent testing and required vaccination must be instituted. I urge you to discuss this matter immediately as the school year has begun and transmission will only continue to increase, putting children and the community at greater risk. On a personal note, my brother was a healthy individual with no prior medical issues and fully vaccinated with Moderna. Yet when his preschool son contracted Delta and transmitted it to him, my brother was in the ICU for a week with multiple pulmonary aneurysms as a direct result of COVID. Medical staff informed his family that when he was admitted, he was 24 hours from having a stroke. Studies indicate that vaccinated individuals are contagious for a shorter time period, which can significantly slow the spread of transmission. Furthermore, frequent COVID testing of staff and students will prevent contagious individuals from coming in contact with the rest of the school community. Frequent testing also will alert students' family members as to their COVID status. For the past 2 years, the PUSD administration has begun their fall reopening presentations with the slogan, "Your child's safety is our first priority." I cannot think of anything more immediate to protecting the safety of PUSD children, families, and the community than frequent COVID testing and vaccination mandates. From Terry Richardson and Warren Bleeker. We are parents of a 5th grader at Sierra Madre Elementary and a 7th grader at Marshall Fundamental. For the first time since our children began attending PUSD schools in 2014, we have been dropping off our children at school feeling concerned that PUSD is not doing all that it could to keep our vaccine ineligible for child safe in a pandemic. We are now 3 weeks into school, and there has yet to be any PUSD testing on site at Sierra Madre Elementary School, a school where necessarily all students are ineligible to be vaccinated and where several PUSD employees work who are not vaccinated. PUSD must do better with our testing protocols. We need mandatory weekly testing of everyone on campus, students, staff, volunteers, and visitors, starting immediately. It cannot be a random sample, and people cannot opt out. For counties in the red high transmission category, such as LA County, the California Department of Public Health guidelines call for screening testing for all, not representative samples of unvaccinated people. The state health guidelines also call for high frequency weekly or twice weekly testing in high transmission counties in order to prevent in-school transmission and prevent an outbreak on campus. Moreover, the LA County Department of Public Health guidelines call for testing to include vaccinated individuals after COVID-19 exposure and in surveillance testing programs if testing capacity allows. The district should do so given that studies have shown that even the fully vaccinated are able to contract and transmit the virus. Indeed, LA County recently sent out a newsletter which states all unvaccinated students and staff should be included in routine testing, and where resources are sufficient, fully vaccinated individuals should also be included. PUSD's current plan is further inadequate in that it requires parent consent to testing. There is no provision that requires a negative test to attend in-person school. Although parents, okay. I guess that's it.
Yeah, there's more on agenda items? 3:40 about. We have about 4 minutes.
We still have time?
Yeah. I wasn't sure that was just for the item or for the entire thing. Well, no, this is just for the opening 30 minutes I was counting. Yeah.
No, I just wasn't sure for the beat.
Oh, the beep is the 2 minutes. Oh, no, it's
Just
just
that
for,
one
it's just for the one thing.
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
It's just for the 2 minutes. Everybody clear with that? Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
Oh, do
I
you mean for
just
what
got
she said?
this.
Yeah.
I just got this one in, and it
Huh?
looks like it falls along the lines.
Is it on the unagendized, or can you tell?
It looks like it's talking about the Delta variant, the testing stuff.
Testing and vaccination? Okay. Well, we can fit it in. Looks like we got 3 minutes.
Okay, this is from Pat Amsbury. Board of Education, it is your duty and bound by your oath to protect our students and school community. I love PUSD, advocate strongly for its success. No city can be a great city without a thriving public school system. I will work hard to ensure PUSD delivers on the promise of a world-class education for our kids. They deserve it. Most important is the safety of our kids, teachers, and staff. Your current plan is, as one board member described to me, in line with the state and good enough. Good enough? That is not good enough for me, and I don't think it is for any parent. We want, and our kids deserve, the best safety plan with the highest efficacy based on the best science. Some sobering facts to consider. The Delta variant of SARS-CoV-2 now accounts for the vast majority of reported COVID-19 cases in Los Angeles County. The risk of contracting the Delta variant appears to be roughly 3 to 1.5 and 5 times higher than the risk of contracting the original SARS-CoV-2 virus. The Delta variant of COVID-19 is now recognized as one of the most readily transmissible acute respiratory diseases ever documented. There is an average period of about 4 days before the Delta variant of SARS-CoV-2 can be detected in an exposed individual. This 4-day period, along with screening failures, can and will result in false negative test results in PUSD personnel who are in fact infected with COVID-19. Moreover, PUSD personnel can contract COVID-19 very shortly after their last negative test and transmit the virus to students and other staff before they are next tested the following week. Your testing plan is inadequate. We need to implement a vaccine requirement for all who qualify based on their age and have a plan to vaccinate 5 to 15-year-olds as soon as the FDA approves a vaccine for their age group, along with continued masking. This is the best we can do to keep our kids safe. And don't we want to do all we can to keep our kids safe? This plan is better, less expensive, easier to implement, and much more effective.
Okay, we reached the end. Wow, that was good timing.
Yes.
The rest of are unagendized, Madam Clerk, as far as you know?
Yes, and I'm going to put this with...
I think she said yes. Okay. Oh, so we're ready to move on, I believe, to the action items, because we had our labor union people already. Is that okay with everybody? Yes. Okay. So I was just looking at the agenda, and I know there's several high-interest items, but I wondered before those items whether there was anyone who wanted to entertain a sweep. So I'm looking specifically, I don't know that items 1 through 6 would
Wait, hold on, let me get my notes.
be as high interest as items 7, 8, 9, 11, et cetera. So that's just an observation. You don't have to, you can take them one at a time, but. Okay? Sure. I can describe 1 through 3.
How about 1 through 3 and 6?
I love this. We're having bidding. We have 1 through 3 and 6, Miss Kenny. It's about John Muir.
6 is it's just,
Okay. So we have a request,
I will move a sweep of 1 through 3 and 6.
Miss Kenny or somebody?
I will second.
That was, I don't know, that was Dr. Pomeroy and Miss Kenny. All right. So 1 through 3 and 6 have been moved and seconded, and now we'll go to questions. 3 questions, go ahead.
On the Powerful Choices training, is the plan for that to be in person or virtual this year?
That is a good question.
Is it down at the bottom, maybe?
Yes.
Keep going. Is it red? It's red. It's red, I think. No? Yeah, yours is red. Kim can
Okay.
see it.
So, can you hear me? We have given our teachers the option for.
Wait, hold on a second. Is this on, somebody? Beth is okay with it? Beth telling us it's okay? Okay. Now I see it. All right.
So we have given our teachers an option of attending training in hybrid fashions. So no one that's uncomfortable being in a group in person is required to come to the group. And we have had some administrative meetings in person and also some virtually. So it may be in a hybrid fashion where the training really leads itself to people working in groups. But it also depends on if we can have people come together in larger groups as time progresses, because the training's over a period of time throughout the year.
So to clarify, you're saying a Mondays right now, there's a hybrid option.
Yes, there is.
Okay, those are Miss Kenny's questions on, sorry, the Vice President's making me laugh. What was that on? Powerful choices, yeah? Any other questions on 1 through 3 and 6? Pat is doing the no. All right, I guess we're prepared for a vote. All those in favor of approving 1 through 3 and 6, looks like 7-0, Ms. Arona, Ms. Sanchez. So we'll now take up number 4, approval of tentative agreement with California School Employees Association. Dr. Miller, I guess you could say a few words. We usually do presentation and then what, inquiry, yeah?
Yes, thank you. We're bringing forward the tentative agreement with our CSEA labor partners. Within this agreement, we have an off-schedule 3% effective July 1st of 2020.
Is he on?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what it is today.
No, thank you. And we also have a 2% on schedule effective July 1st of 2021. In addition to that, we've identified the health and welfare, which is an attachment, and that is status quo.
All right. I think I saw Ms. Bailey first.
I have a question that was brought to me regarding, the attachment to the board report. I'm not sure, Dr. Barnes, if you were made aware of the concern from CSEA?
Yes, it's on the AB 1200, and it was one of the sections. It just stated that there was no Me Too clause, and so we'll go ahead and amend that to say no Me Too on salary only.
And could you specify the year in that language as well,
Oh yes, okay,
please?
yeah,
Okay,
thank
thanks.
you.
Wait, does that require an amendment on the motion?
Yeah, it would.
It just sounded like it did.
Do we have a motion? I'm sorry.
Ms. Kenny, did you want to have a question before that?
Yeah, I have a
Go ahead. Well, still an inquiry before.
So I want to clarify the tentative agreement for health and welfare that was reached by CSEA, sorry, I think on June 2nd? The board does need to approve that tonight, correct? All
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and
I'm sorry, is that not what's being presented, or?
it wasn't originally included with the item, and I don't know that it's referenced in the board report itself, so we might want to modify the language in the board report.
Okay, another amendment, all right.
So the board report just says, it just talks about the salary.
Okay, well,
To me,
everybody remember the right language.
Yeah, it should mention both of the tentative agreements,
Okay.
not just the one that
Okay.
was,
All right.
I mean, unless they ratified both of them on August 18th, I don't know if they ratified them together or separately.
They were ratified, I believe, together. What I would recommend is that we do an amendment and
Okay.
amend the board report
Okay.
as
All
to
right.
include the tentative agreement.
All right, Ms. Kenny, that was one, I think.
My second question is, on the AB 1200 form, sorry, now
Dr. Barnes.
I'm in the wrong thing. I don't know if that's, I know we don't have it up on the screen. So it has a column that says annual cost prior to proposed settlement. And there's a option, number one says salary schedule, including step and column as the row. And then the second row says other compensation, stipends, longevity, differentials. I know that we revised our tentative agreement to be very specific about those two different things. Does LACO not mind if we include stipends and longevity in the line one, since we're not including it in line two?
Yeah, they just want to know what the total cost will be. And so because we wanted to amend it to make sure that what we were calculating as base salary included some of the longevity and the normal monthly things that they get, it's all placed in the step and column.
All right. Again, they have, on their form, they have two separate lines
Yeah.
for it. I just wanted to know that they don't mind if we combine it into one. And then that first column, annual cost prior to proposed settlement, then includes all the different components, the salary, the statutory benefits, health and welfare, to get us to a total bargaining unit compensation number. Then it has the number of employees, and then it gives us an average cost, which is nice because it lays all the different pieces out and gives us the average cost. All right, thank you.
Are we good? Okay, that was, I think, the questions on number 4. Any other questions on number 4?
Approval.
We have to get amendments. We have to get amendments
Right, I'm sorry,
in our
yes.
motion, so I think there were
Michelle, why don't
two,
you make the
Yeah.
motion, because you have.
there were
the-
2 of them, right?
So I want to amend, letter D on the report to LACO to include, Leslie, I don't know what your part was, but what came to me was that the year was not included on that language.
Right, so
So-
on, amend the AB 1200, page 3, number D,
Okay.
to include no Me Too clause for salary only for 21-22.
Okay.
And wait, there's another amendment.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're going to have a dual, well,
Well, I think the board report itself should just say to include the tentative agreements. So under staff analysis, recommended that the board approve the signed tentative agreements, plural, works for me, so that we just know there's 2.
All right, Michelle just actually made that because we need a person to say that. So pretend Michelle said that. Okay. You just said both amendments, okay?
Oh,
And you're moving approval, right?
and I'm moving approval.
And moving approval. Okay, can we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Pat is seconding. Is everybody clear? All right. All those in favor? Thank you for the resolution with the Teamsters. No, that was CSEA. Jeez, I got it. Next is the Teamsters. Okay. Number 5,
Okay,
Dr. Miller.
Thank you. So we're bringing forward the board recommendation to adopt the tentative agreement, which was ratified by our Teamster labor partners. This agreement is a 3% off schedule for 2021 school year.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Kenny?
This is a little bit of a follow-on. So on the AB 20, in that first column where it talks about annual costs prior to proposed settlement, for Teamsters we have the salary, the statutory benefits, but we don't have health and welfare listed. So when it has the total bargaining unit compensation and the average per employee, that's not included. And I understand that we didn't bargain it, but we didn't bargain statutory benefits either. But they're included. I know they're affected by salary. I guess it just feels like we should fill that in. I'm not saying that it needs to be filled in tonight for us to approve this, but in the future, again, especially for that first column where it's saying what is your current cost. I mean, we do know what our current costs are for health and welfare. And again, if we are projecting increases, while we didn't bargain anything with them, there will be increases every year because we will. It's implied that we will be paying all the increases because that's the status quo. And if the goal of this is to publicly disclose the total cost, I know it's really mainly for what were bargained, but I think it's helpful to see the total budget increase. So I'm just asking for
It
future.
doesn't sound like an amendment, but Dr. Barnes, I have to follow up then and say, is that clear?
Yes.
I don't think there's I'm not sensing disagreement from the
agree
board.
with him on that.
So apparently that's board direction now.
Yeah.
I'll move approval.
Moving, Mr. Kalen's moving item 5.
Second.
Unamended. Do we have a second somewhere?
Second.
Ms. Kenny? All those in favor? I think we have 7-0 on that.
Very briefly, Mr. President,
Yes.
can I request that we discuss item 10 next? Because some of the questions that I have for it inform my questions about the other items.
Okay, you have a mistake?
Oh,
Okay, we can have a revote. Let's revote on the Teamsters just for our colleague who would like to change her vote. So all those in favor of number 5? All those abstaining? Okay. 6-0-1. Right? All right, then Pat, I'm sorry.
so the EdLogic testing services support nursing staff contract is item 10. I had a couple of questions about it for clarification that kind of inform my position on the rest of the items on the agenda, so I was just asking if we could do that one next.
Then you have a trouble with moving number 10 up, which is approval of contract with EdLogical Group Corporation to cover healthcare staffing costs related to COVID. These are really long.
Yes.
COVID-19 surveillance testing and monitoring. Can we move that up? Everybody understand Pat's request that it's germane to the other? I'm not seeing an objection, sir.
Okay.
So we need to go to Dr. Leslie Barnes, number 10.
Okay, this EdLogical agreement is in order to help us meet our testing protocols by providing additional nurses to supervise the testing administration at each of our school sites. So it is in line with the plan for the safe return to school.
Do you want to elaborate on that any? No? It sounded pretty short, but go ahead, Pat, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just had three
Three
quick questions.
all right.
The first one is this only covers the cost of staffing, not the cost of the individual tests themselves. And I know the current Medicare coverage cost is $35 a test, but I don't believe that's what we're spending. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
But Question is, how much per test?
How much per test?
Yeah. I,
If you don't know, I'll take an answer
Okay.
via
yes.
mail.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not aware of.
Follow-up is how much per test? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The second question was, this contract reminded me somewhat of the first student contract where we discovered an issue, what was it, 2 years ago, when all of a sudden there were no bus drivers. So it occurs to me that this is a wonderful contract if they can actually provide the nursing staff that we need, but there's no sort of baseline level of assurance that they can provide us N number of staff. So I know that the district has flown nursing positions and hasn't filled them. Do you have, can you provide some context for the board, what sort of manpower assurances these guys are going to give us? Is this a paper contract, or like if we need 12 nurses on the 15th of September, is that outside the bounds of what they can provide? Is it in?
Currently, they've let us know that they have 5 full-time nurses and 5 part-time nurses that are available now for our use, and so, and then they will be looking to fulfill the rest of the agreement. So
Okay.
Did you say 5 and 5?
5 and 5, yes.
Okay, 5
So
full-time,
10
5
total.
part-time,
Yeah.
and starting, you still have another question.
Well, that sort of makes
Yeah,
my other
they started
question not
Monday, yeah.
relevant. So, okay. Good.
My question, sorry, I'll go. Okay, Mr. Phelps, you can go. What?
I'm sorry, did Leslie say they started or they haven't?
No, that's what my question is.
Yeah. My understanding is they will start on Monday? Yeah, they will start on Monday.
That's what I was going to ask,
Okay.
Monday. Okay. All right, Ms. Kenny?
So at our last meeting, we accepted, I think, 2.5 million from LACO
Or,
for COVID testing, I believe it was.
Yes.
And I think I'm trying to wrap my head around, what is the total cost of testing? And, it seems to have tests, equipment, staff. I mean, those seem to be the big 3. So my interest was piqued by the fact that this contract for 2.5 million is not coming out of the LACO money, but is instead coming out of ESSER 2. And so that made me wonder, are we saying then that the LACO money is being used completely for other things, which again, may be staff. And so I'm still trying to kind of wrap my head around what is the total cost? Because now I'm feeling like the total cost might be 5 million. And
so-
when we approved LACO, I was thinking it was a 2.5 million. And I think you can remember I asked, will 2.5 get us halfway through the year, all the way through the year? I'm just trying to understand the total cost of testing. And I get that it may be an estimate now, but anything people can help me understand better would
okay,
be
so I'm
appreciated.
hearing 1.5 or 2 questions. The total cost and what is the LACO money going for?
The total cost I would have to get with Rhea, and we can do that as a Friday. I'm
Friday?
not sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
Friday?
Start asking for it in July.
Friday?
Yeah. And so currently, we had put on there ESSER 3 because at the time, that's what, we know for sure, or ESSER 2 that we have, but we will backfill with the LACO money because Rhea did have a plan and a budget for that. And so where we couldn't find nurses for that particular budget, we will replace and put these nurses in there. So it will be split funded between
Okay. So I'm
between the
hearing the
two.
LACO funding will be used.
Yes, that would be our first
Okay,
priority.
So this is I'm hearing this is a practical thing?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Kenny?
So because someone asked how many nurses, and you said 5 full-time and 5 part-time available now, was there a total number of nurses we were asking for that we thought were going to cost 2.5? Like,
Yes,
was it
25.
25.
Yeah.
But so right now we'll have
5.5.
7.5.
7 point, yeah, 7.
Okay.
That's right. All right, Ms. Kenny. Thank you. Ms. Fredericks.
I'll move. Oh,
Yeah. Yes, tomorrow.
I'll move.
I'm hearing tomorrow. Okay, I'm seeing head nodding in the back, head nodding over there. Okay.
I'll move approval.
We have a motion to approve from Mr. Cahalan for the nurses, I guess.
I was second.
We have a second. All those in favor of item 10? I'm seeing 7-0. Okay. In order, the next one would be number 7, Dr. Blanco. I see something up on the screen over there. Oh, no,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
So,
Maybe not.
I don't know, are we running 7 and 8 together? Because,
Not necessarily, no.
well, because all these that came in after 2:30
Uh-huh.
apply to, I guess, either of those items.
Well, if you could figure out which one, what we do is we have a presentation by staff, then we read public comment.
Yeah.
And then we have questions and then advocacy and,
So it's saying the same thing that all these around testing and the vaccine.
you can read them then, yeah, after her presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
presentation.
What we do is we present and then public comment, and then board members can include the public comment in their questions, and right? Inquiry, 3 questions, and then we have advocacy, and then we vote.
Okay.
Oh, your presentation's on both. Okay, no, go, is that okay if they do the presentation on both, everybody? Yeah, I guess. They are separate actions, quite a bit different. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Phelps and our board, public, and esteemed colleagues. We have a presentation that includes both item 7 and 8. We know that you will vote on them separately, but they complement each other. And so our health director, Ms. Apadaka, is going to come up and go over the presentation. And the slides are labeled for each action.
Slides are labeled for 7 and 8? Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you for working night and day, by the way. 7 days.
You're welcome. Our students, our staff, everybody's worth it. So thank you very much. Good evening, President Phelps. Good evening, board members, Dr. Blanco, executive leadership team. I'm here tonight to talk about testing and vaccinations and changes that we are proposing. So let me start with setting the stage. So our purpose tonight is to seek the approval of our COVID-19 testing and vaccination requirements and plans. Setting the context, we all know we've been experiencing a pandemic for some time, feeling the new challenges recently, especially returning to in-person learning. There are definitely challenges with the rapid spread of the Delta variant. We want to keep our students safe. We want to keep our schools open. There are rising case rates in our state and in our county. Currently, California is experiencing the fastest increase in COVID-19 cases during the entire pandemic, with 22.7 new cases per 100,000 people per day. Case rates increasing tenfold since early June, and the Delta variant, which is 2 times more contagious than the original virus, is currently the most common variant, causing new infections in California. So the context that's stated on the slide, schools are the fabric of our community. They reflect the level of our community transmission of the COVID-19 virus. Our schools and school district have to make major adjustments and implement new processes because of the situation we're in. Unvaccinated persons are more likely to get infected and spread the virus, which is transmitted through the air. And our children under the age of 12 are not currently eligible, as we all know, for any unauthorized or any authorized vaccines. We would ask that you consider that we're implementing a robust risk-based testing plan and requiring vaccines for eligible students. We will be able to mitigate the effects of COVID-19 and prevent outbreaks that could trigger classroom closures, allowing students to remain at the school sites for in-person learning. This is a slide that I've presented to you before, different practices that we have in place for testing and opportunities. This is the current plan, and we have implemented it. We have been able to do surveillance testing, and we have been able to do response testing. So where we've had cases that have been at different school sites, the team has gone out to administer tests to anybody who's been able to join us. We did also run a surveillance testing drive-through clinic here at the district office on Monday, which was very successful. We had 253 participants for that as well. So we do intend to strengthen our already robust system for vaccinations and for testing. The risk-based approach to testing students and employees would be starting September 1st, with those most at risk given priority as follows. So our students in the elementary grades and children under 12, testing weekly with informed consent from parents. Our unvaccinated students, athletes, band members, ROTC participants, so activity participants at the secondary level will be required to take weekly tests with informed parent guardian consent, and a negative test result is required to participate. We have also planned a risk-based approach to apply to our sixth grade. So we will select a sample of students in sixth grade to be offered a test and conducted, of course, with informed parent consent. So as you're aware, the requirements for employees per state public order of August 11th are requiring that all PUSD employees require to show proof of vaccination and or commit to weekly testing as well. All unvaccinated employees will test weekly, aligned with the state public order, and a proof of vaccination requirement to be adhered to prior to October 15th. And our human resources will be conducting the system in place on how to provide the evidence of the vaccination and also the testing protocol. And then health programs will be the body that implements the testing protocols. So we are also definitely working to keep our strategies in place to keep our students and staff safe. And in order to ensure all the students have the availability of vaccines, testing the enforcement of the mask mandate, upgraded ventilation, intensified cleaning and sanitizing, hand washing, and improving our mental health services, we also propose the following to adjust to our COVID safety plan. Recommending that all eligible students will be required to show proof of vaccination and or commit to weekly testing. This requirement is in line with the state public health officer for all the public education employees. And again, it's also aimed at reducing COVID-19 rates through the community, including in schools, and of course, creating our safer conditions for our students and our staff. We are proposing that a proof of vaccination requirement for eligible students in place, so we'll have it in place prior to October 15th. We will continue promoting vaccinations. As we're aware, the FDA gave full approval to Pfizer for 16 years and older, and still under the emergency use authorization for 12 through 15. And the third dose for boosters of Moderna and Pfizer is also approved with emergency use authorization. We will continue to work with our local partnerships to create vaccination opportunities and clinics at elementary and secondary sites and within our own district, and then provide information for community clinics as well. So we do have some set up already for at our, we have a clinic set up at Willard, and we will promote, we'll advertise one, we're scheduling one for Marshall as well. Anybody who's interested in vaccinations can sign up with myturn.ca.gov. And that's on our website as well in case you didn't catch that. There's a hotline that you can call in case you want to schedule a vaccination. And I'm going to say this for the public, 1-833-422-4255. And you can also contact the city. You can contact health programs at pusd.us. If you're interested in getting a vaccine, learning about it, and scheduling an appointment. But they're very available in our community. And just to be clear that all vaccines are used in the USA are required to go through that extensive STACY testing before they are licensed by the FDA or recommended for widespread use. So this slide connects to the conversation that we just had. PUSD we do have funding for allowable services through our LACO testing grant. through the funding source, the ESSER2, that Dr. Barnes referred to. And we will use both of these funding sources to cover all of the allowable expenses to implement the testing program that that is voted upon today and that we have proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apodaca. What we do is we read public comment according to our protocols. And you probably just read all of them, right, I guess? There's five. Okay. There's five, Kim.
Okay. Okay. Bonnie Skolnick. Dear elected trustees and Superintendent McDonald, please exhibit your highest standards for health, safety, and human reasoning by adopting whatever agenda protocol leads to mandated vaccines for almost all. Mandate to bring more stability to learning due to the better health of adults and children. Thank you for your deliberations and caring. From Marcus D. Hatcher. Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Hatcher. I'm a resident of Pasadena and a PUSD parent. I am to understand that the conversation regarding mandatory vaccinations for PUSD staff has not been had to this point. I offer that I am an advocate of mandatory vaccinations, but moreover, I am champion of courage and leadership. Practice courage and leadership by having the conversation. Engage the students, parents, teachers, and health professionals in the conversation. Ultimately, make decisions based on health and safety. Don't run away from the conversation due to fear. Many other public sector employers and major private sector employers have taken this courageous step. Display courage, executive leadership. Vote yes on agenda item number 11. From Una Lee Jost. Dear PUSD Board President and school board members, I am Una Lee Jost, PUSD parent and local school advocate. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on agenda item I-7. Earlier this year, the state PTA adopted recommendations for safe opening of schools, urging our leaders to follow health guidelines. Schools should not open in person unless it is safe for students and staff. School districts should adhere to the requirements set forth by the California Department of Public Health and county health departments regarding the reopening of schools. Since Pasadena has its own city health department, the pertinent health guidelines PUSD schools are required to comply with are the CDPH health guidelines and the City of Pasadena's reopening protocol for the reopening of schools. For schools in high community transmission settings, such as PUSD schools, the state health guidelines recommend implementing a testing strategy to enable preventing school outbreaks by testing all unvaccinated students and staff on a weekly or twice weekly basis. In addition, when the community is experiencing higher rates of COVID-19 transmission, in light of evolving data on virus variants, the city's reopening protocol also recommends that periodic testing include fully vaccinated individuals. Unfortunately, PUSD's testing plan falls short of state and city health guidelines. PUSD's plan allows students to opt out of testing and still re-enter campus. Further, because the Delta variant's incubation period is much shorter than prior variants, 3 to 4 days, testing that enables preventing outbreaks, not merely tracking outbreaks after the fact, requires testing on a twice weekly, not weekly basis. Moreover, since the Delta variant can be transmitted by vaccinated individuals, unlike prior variants, a testing plan protective of all PUSD students and staff needs to include all, not just some, vaccinated students and staff. Plus, a testing plan enabling PUSD to prevent in-school transmission and outbreaks on campus should have been implemented before more than 15,000 PUSD students plus staff returned for in-person learning, not scheduled to be implemented by September 1 after reopening, giving the Delta variant, which has a viral load 1,000 times more than previous variants, a full 20 days to circulate among PUSD students, nearly half of whom are elementary students under 12 years of age, ineligible to be vaccinated and vulnerable to the virus. I strongly urge the Stephen Gibson. Please vote yes on approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations item at next board meeting, special or regular. from Una Lee Joss. This is a different one. Dear PUSD Board President and School Board members, I'm Una Lee Joss, PUSD parent and local school advocate. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Agenda I-11, approval of board member request to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations items at the next board meeting, special or regular. In February 2021, the California State PTA adopted recommendations for the safe reopening of schools, including urging our government leaders to follow health guidelines. Schools should not open in person unless it is safe for students and staff. School districts should adhere to the requirements set forth by the California Department of Health and county or city health departments regarding the reopening of schools. Realistic timeline. Any timeline for the reopening of schools should consider the needs of parents and teachers and respect the most accurate health guidelines. This includes making sure the school facility is safe for reopening. Parent communication and input. School districts must provide opportunities for robust input and feedback as they prepare and execute reopening plans. They must ensure parents representing the diversity of the community are included in decision making. In light of the above, I strongly urge the PUSD board to vote yes today on agenda item I-11, approval of board member request to agendize COVID-19 testing and vaccinations item at next board meeting, special or regular, to allow adequate time to consider the needs of PUSD parents and teachers and enable adequate input and feedback from PUSD parents and stakeholders to ensure that PUSD's reopening protocol, including its vaccine and screening testing strategy, aligns with the most accurate health guidelines and meets the needs of all our school communities to enable safe school reopening for all students and staff. Sincere thanks for representing the concerns of our PUSD community.
Oh, right at the bell.
I'm
job.
good like that.
Good job. All right, so that
That
was
internal
the
clock going.
public. We had the presentation on 7 and 8, public comment. Now we have three questions on 7 first.
7
We have to
first.
take them separately, obviously, as Ms. Kenny pointed out. So number 7, ratification approval of PUSD COVID-19 testing plan. Dr. Pomeroy has questions?
Yes. Mr. Apodaca, I have a question regarding the informed consent. Do you feel that the requirement for informed consent can be an obstacle? Or and I'm wondering, is there a form or some kind of standard way that you're going to secure this informed consent? Would that be a barrier or not?
Currently, the way that we capture informed consent is when a parent registers for the student to take the test using the platform that we have. So it's electronic right now, and we will distribute a hard copy for our parents also so that the parents can sign the informed consent on paper, and then we'll work with the parent to make sure that it gets transferred into the electronic account as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, one for Elizabeth. Michelle, I saw your hand.
So I have 2
It's
for the
okay.
record. Mine involves confirmed consent.
Consent.
Informed?
Consent.
Conformed consent.
Informed.
Informed consent, I like that.
Thank you. I'm so tired. Okay. Informed consent. Thank you. What is the plan for students whose parents do not give consent?
She looks at her.
Oh,
Yeah, we would have to work with leadership to determine how we are going to handle that specifically. We can also increase our measures to add additional protection if needed for any situation where we feel that where we feel safety measures need to be increased in a classroom environment. We can also do that. But I will defer to Dr. Blanco to answer the question regarding not allowing informed consent.
So the item that you're voting on is the ratification of our testing plan, which is voluntary at this time. So that's the first item on the agenda. So the question might be more applicable if you vote yes on the next item. So right now, it is voluntary because you're ratifying the plan that we've already put into place, which is a voluntary plan. So we need that ratified. In the event that, the second item doesn't pass, then we still need to be able to implement the plan we have in place.
Yeah, I forgot to say that they started doing this last week. This is ratification.
But I thought you said that we were doing the presentation was. for both,
Presentation
right?
together, but we have to vote.
So we have to separate
We have
the
to take them up separately.
Okay, I still have another question on this item. So as I was reviewing the documents that were attached, what was missing that came to mind for me was language stating the fact that vaccinated employees must show proof of vaccination or submit to being tested.
Is that on number 7 or 8?
I put my note on number 7, so I think that's where I was reading it.
Oh, it's in a board report?
That's what I was probably reading when I came up with the question.
First bullet in the board report says what?
All unvaccinated employees should be tested weekly in line with the state public health order, August 11th, 2021. It says that's one of the components of the testing plan that we're approving.
Yes, because that's required by the
You
state
said all
health order.
unvaccinated?
Correct.
Okay, I said vaccinated.
So your question is why we're not requiring vaccinated employees to also be tested?
No, my concern is that the language for governing vaccinated employees is not included in the board report. And so that was the question that I wanted to ask. Why isn't there language there? I would think.
Oh, okay, so she wants to add language?
Yeah, I would think that some language should be added there.
Sure. Do you want us to take the language on slide 5 and embed it into the board report?
Okay, now I got to get to slide 5.
Slide 5 says, yes.
Who
Yeah.
has the clicker? Can we put slide
It
5
says
up,
per
please?
state public health order, all vaccinated employees will be
Yes.
tested weekly. That one.
Yes,
Oh, wow, that was fast.
I'm looking at it on my computer.
Yeah, they're catching up to you right now. They have it up there. All
So
right, so Michelle,
So I'm sorry, what do you say that you're seeing?
So the first bullet,
wait, now we're getting,
I see.
we understand, Kim, okay?
I think Michelle is saying,
You want some water?
where's the language saying vaccinate or test? I thought I heard her ask that vaccinated employees be tested.
No,
Maybe I misheard.
no. She's just trying to add language, right? This language?
I think that it is important to have the language there to address that group of folks as well.
So we'll modify the board report to include this first bullet. Well, all the bullets if you like.
You want all the bullets?
I was just concerned about that one.
The first
Okay.
one?
Yeah,
First one?
everything else was fine to me, but
Okay, the first one, she would like added to the board report for number 7. I just got a note from Beth. Kim, is your mic on?
I was just talking without my mic. So
Oh, wait,
apologize.
tisk. Okay,
Can I ask a process question?
yes. Question for Mr. Cahalan.
So my understanding of the way these two items are agendized is since this testing plan is already in place, staff is just asking the board to give a pro forma approval to the existing plan.
Yes.
Because that's what you've been doing.
Yep.
And then if we have any changes that the board would like to see in the plan, that would be discussed under item 8.
Well, no, item 8's a very specific thing, so anything else.
But it
would-
could change.
Come on.
He's right, it could.
So here's let me ask direct a question to the health director. So anyone who's been paying attention to the pandemic over the last 8.5 months would, I think, have a reasonable suspicion that if someone decided to opt out and did not give informed consent for their child to be tested, that person would be more likely to be a person who doesn't adhere to mask protocols, and perhaps the parents and the family are not vaccinated themselves, and a whole number of other behaviors that are more risky. Not necessarily all of them, but certainly more likely. So my question for the health director would be, was staff's decision to have informed consent in here because of a specific direction that came from CDE or public health? And is there anything from preventing the board from saying, we don't care if you consent or not, if you want to send your kids to school in person, you have to be tested? Aside from the fact that our phones will explode.
I didn't hear that last part, aside from.
That's all right. That was just editorial comment.
So apparently, I'm hearing that might be answered in the next item? That's what I'm hearing over here. No?
Well, this is why I brought it up.
Okay. All right. So is that good on number 7? Or no?
I suppose if that's covered under 8, then sure.
Okay. I'm looking for 7 questions. Questions on 7. I don't know who's first, Tina or Kim. Go ahead.
You mentioned that testing will be available at each school.
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify how often the testing will be available at each school? It sounded a little bit like it's rotating, but please clarify that. And do we have the resources and staffing to offer daily testing at each of the sites?
Thank you for that question. As was referenced earlier, we have contracted with an additional agency. We have 2 agencies on contract to provide staffing to implement our testing plan. And when Dr. Barnes had the update yesterday, there were 5 full-time, but a couple hours ago I did get an update that we're up to 7 full-time from the agency that you're discussing or reviewing today, the Edlogical contract. And then we also have another agency that's providing it. So we have enough staff to start next week, where we will have a team at every school site for 1 full day at every school site. We have enough staff for that to start next week. I'm training them tomorrow, and they'll start on Monday. Our goal, as our resources increase and as our agencies are able to bring more nurses and not just an RN, LVN, CNAs can assist as well. But as our resources increase, then our goal is to have a testing team at every site for multiple days throughout the week. And we're also planning to keep our drive-through clinic going. It was really successful on Monday. We're planning to keep it going to allow all of our students and staff who may be on quarantine to come in for testing as well. So either the clinic or the drive-through.
You don't have to get out of the car?
You don't have to get out of the car. Yeah, we don't want our kids in quarantine to go to their school sites for testing. So we're creating opportunities for them to do that as well.
Thank you for that. I was told by staff that proof of vaccination means proof of full vaccination, which I think means a dosage plus 14 days. So for Pfizer and Moderna, that's 2 doses. Johnson & Johnson, 1 dose. So for September 1st, employee vaccination proof deadline, employees would have to have their first dose by approximately July 15th for a 2-dose vaccine. And for a student deadline to show proof by October 15th, the student would have to have their first dose by approximately September 1st for a 2-dose vaccine. Is this correct?
So I was not looking at my calendar while you were reciting dates, but I will say that it is a full vaccination status is achieved after 2 weeks after the second dose of a 2-dose series and 2 weeks after the first dose of a 1-dose series.
Both groups have an option of also testing weekly, which we'll make available. Mm-hmm. But thank you for researching that and stating it. But there is alternatives for students and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good for
So-
Ms.
So I
Frederick.
get one more, right?
Okay, go ahead. I didn't know whether sorry.
We've heard the number 96% thrown about by the superintendent, board members, and even picked up by the press. From what I understand, that number is a combination of the original set of confirmed vaccinations combined with 800 appointments made at Huntington Hospital. Can you, with any certainty, confirm that those 800 appointments is equivalent to 800 fully vaccinated staff, which would make the 96% valid? Or if it equals a number far lower, given that one appointment would be for Moderna or Pfizer vaccine, equivalent to 400 fully vaccinated adults, which would put us at a percentage of a number of fully vaccinated employees at 79%. Can you confirm?
I can confirm the number that I've provided for you. When we discussed how many staff we have vaccinated through our own clinics, and the number that I have provided for you, or that has been provided, regarding the number of staff who have been vaccinated in addition other clinics, including Huntington, has been an estimate.
Okay, so that's 3. Ms. Kenny?
I'm struggling because part of mine was asked, and then I have another one, but, I know it's-
Chopped it up.
So, in answer to Ms. Frederick's question, you said that testing will start on Monday at sites. Will a testing schedule be posted, and when will the schedule be posted?
Yes, a testing schedule will be posted tomorrow. I am going to train the new staff tomorrow afternoon, and so I'm going to confirm the schedule with all of them, and then we'll be able to post the schedule tomorrow.
I'd ask where, but then that would use up a question, and I don't want to use up a question, but it would.
She can tell you later, right?
I think the public is the one that wants to know, not necessarily me, since I don't have kids.
And
who
I
get
will work
tested.
with the principals also to make sure the information gets out to their communities as to when the teams will be at their sites. So I will do that as well.
On the 5A slide, which I can't remember if it's one forward from this or one after.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
It is one back.
5A with the red on it?
Yeah, can we go one back?
got
Yes,
red
with the
on
red
it.
rating. So the first box, all students and children under 12. And then the third box says sampling of students in grade 6. It feels like many grade 6 students will be under 12. So can you just help clarify, are we saying all students who are under 12 in 6th grade will definitely be tested, and the sampling is just the 12 and above? Just clarify that.
The sampling of the students would be right now under this current plan. The sampling of the students would be just grade 6, no matter the age, if I'm answering your question correctly.
All right, so the first box that says children under 12 will be tested weekly just means children under 12 who also happen to be 5th grade and below.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
not answering correctly.
She's asking, is there an overlap, I think? You're saying
I was
is there
trying to
overlap.
I was trying to understand who really is represented in box 3, since it feels like some 6th graders
Is there,
are in box
is there an
1.
overlap?
There may be an overlap. We will not test kids 2 times under this mandatory, but there may be an overlap. Yes.
So,
Okay.
so the third box, sampling of students in grade 6 who are 12 and older.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank
That's
you.
a great clarification.
And so for clarification, again, this is the plan that is voluntary that we're talking about here. So
Right.
any child 12 and under would be able to participate.
Okay,
So this isn't a question, but it's a statement.
okay.
Every school will have some, every school will have some under 12 testing, except from your PHS in Rose City, since every other school has elementary or
Okay.
6th graders. Okay.
All right.
Just, I was doing Venn diagrams at the time. All right, last question. So CSBA put something out, and you guys may or may not have seen it, but I think most of the board members did, that said that the mandate from the state only was talking about school site employees that work with students, at sites that work with students, and non-employees, volunteers who work there. And that it also, the order does not apply to board members. And so initially, my question today was going to be, are we going above and beyond that? But then school services actually sent out something today clarifying that it counts for all school district employees. So I guess I'm trying to understand exactly what we are implementing, and would we be including board members?
And all employees, right?
So Dr. Miller, you can
all
respond to the
employees.
employee part if you like.
Yes, that includes all employees, both monthly and hourly. It also includes volunteers and contracted services who have any interactions with our staff and/or students, sites, and programs.
Are board members employees?
That's a good question.
The other question was
Board
board
members.
members.
And my question isn't so much what is the state mandating, it's are we doing something that might be slightly more stringent? Because I thought that the state was actually not mandating a whole lot, but it sounds like they are. But yes, so board members may not be included, and I just don't know if we are doing that.
Yeah, I would defer that back to the board and the board president to discuss board members.
Okay. Go ahead, you want to?
Now or later?
Sure. Is your third one, or 2.5 to 3 now?
That was my third one.
Okay. So you want to advocate for board members, or?
Before I saw the clarification from school services today, it seemed because there's a lot of going back and forth between sites. I know central office staff go to sites. I know site staff come to the district office. I know board members. We're here together.
Right.
We're going out to, that in my mind, I guess it does make sense for everybody to fall under that. And
Okay.
that would be my advocacy. So are you saying we're switching to advocacy? 'Cause
Yeah,
all the
let's go.
questions
Well,
were
I think
asked?
we're done with questions, aren't we?
All right, well,
Number
my-
seven, on number
oh.
seven.
And then my
Because we're not going to another round of questions. You only get 3 questions. Okay.
So my advocacy would be, I think this is a good start. I think it will be extremely important to understand what percentage of students at sites are being tested because this is voluntary. I think it will be very important to parents, and I would be interested as well to know, are we testing 90% of the students at a site or 10% because of the consent, taking a while to roll out? I think that would be interesting. And then I feel very strongly that when we know the percentage of employees who are vaccinated, that should be shared, and we move away from the estimate.
Okay. We're going to advocacy now, Ms. Fredericks. We're at number 7. Is it on? Can you help? Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
we're
can see
red.
it on. I had I don't know, is there such thing as amendments to what is being voted on, or no?
When we get to, we haven't made a motion yet. We're just, but let's hear from everybody, and then sure, there's amendments, of course.
So,
Might
well,
not work.
I'm not sure where this fits, so I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
say it.
Go ahead.
Regarding the opt-in, actually, this is a question that I often get, which is why not have an opt-out approach? And that way it would be quicker to get this going rather than waiting for, 9,000 permission slips to come in.
I guess we'll go back and take another question. I'll allow one more question.
I do, this is a medical, a procedure that we're asking parents to participate in, and so I think we need their informed consent to be able to do that. It's required to be administered by a certificated nurse, a health professional. So that's one of the differences in some of the times when we're able to opt out.
Okay, I think,
Thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you, Board President Phelps.
okay. So Kim expressed support for it. This is where we express support, or we do a motion, or?
Well, can I, this isn't strictly speaking advocacy, but I just want to, there's a couple things that came in public comment that
Go ahead.
I sort of wanted to slightly address.
Go ahead.
The first is worldwide, there's been almost 2.6 billion doses of this vaccine have gone out since the vaccine was approved. 20 million doses of those have been out since the beginning of January. So this is a vaccine that far exceeds any clinical trial in terms of the number of people that have actually taken this vaccine. And there is no evidence at all that this vaccine poses a risk to anybody who is not already severely immunocompromised and also has a known anaphylactic reaction to vaccines, and they would already know from their history of getting all of their other vaccines that they should approach this one with caution. So I think the general public just needs to know that this is an incredibly safe option. So that's the first one. And
So
the
that,
second-
so I could use that for number 8 too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The second one is, there's been a lot of conversations about testing, and I'm a very big proponent of testing, but I think it's important for everyone, because people think that if you get a negative test that you're okay. But that's not anywhere near the level of efficacy that these tests have. So the last thing I read, which is back in January from Harvard, was that the false negative rate varies between like 100%, like if you just got infected and you just get the test, you're going to test negative even though you have it, to even people who are like 5 days after they're tested and are or 5 days after they're showing symptoms and they have the disease, still about 20% of them are getting a negative result on the tests. So it's an important thing for the public to recognize. A lot of people sort of have planted their stake in the ground of, you need to test everybody every week, because that's the only way to know for sure that everybody doesn't have the disease. If we have 10 people on campus that have a disease and we test everybody every week, we are not going to catch somewhere between 2 and 5 of them, or maybe as many as 8. So you can't hang your hat entirely on whether or not the district is testing the students for your idea of whether or not it's safe. So if I just really want to bring that point out, because although I am probably the biggest advocate for testing on this board, it's expensive. We're talking about, I don't even want to know how much LAUSD is spending. $350 million. They
by the
are
way-
actually, somebody ran the numbers and pointed out that given the number of tests that are being performed in all of the United States, 7% of all coronavirus tests are occurring in LAUSD nationwide. So they are spending a lot of money on, no offense to LAUSD board members out there, on what I think is probably not a very good cost-benefit analysis, given the amount of money they're spending and the amount of actual assurance that they're getting that their population is safe. So I just encourage all the public to look at the COVID safety plan for their site as a holistic document where the district is doing multiple things within its constraints to do the best we can for the kids on any given day. So if it's taking us 25 nurses to test the whole district, twice a week, and we only have 13, then we can't test everybody, even if we want to. If we're going to burn through $2 million a month just in testing cost, in the actual individual tests, to test every single person every week, we're going to be out of SR2 funds pretty fast, and we will not have meaningfully improved the kids'
Yeah.
safety.
Okay.
So I just wanted to bring those.
You know, I understand it, and then there's another public comment that Pat reminded me of, that we should incorporate the public comment in our comments. And it wasn't all students and staff. It tested 81%. We know that, right? LAUSD tested 81%. And by the way, they have similar numbers of positive cases and quarantines, and now they have outbreaks as we do, right? So I wanted to say that we didn't do the baseline testing, but as I think Kim just said, that's pretty darn expensive, right? Okay. So I just wanted to make that point that that, you know, people have been pretending that when you have high community transmission, that you can block it from the schools. That's just not true. All right. All right, you're going to have it. So, so let's, shall we go on to number 7? Do you want to move on number 7, Dr. Pomeroy?
I
All right.
have my 3 minutes, or
Could I have a quick comment?
Oh, comment, sure, yeah, we're still in advocacy.
Which I think would apply to both, either 7 or 8. I want to emphasize the importance of whatever we decide tonight, that we make a good, clear public statement to our community about it. And we're talking about informed consent. This would be a way of informing. And also, there's a kind of perception lag or something that we are hearing. We're still getting emails of people who think that we are not addressing this, or that we don't have any plan for vaccinating teachers and so on. They just aren't up to date on what we actually are deciding. So I hope that there will be, following this meeting, a good, clear, complete
I'm sure.
outreach about what we've
Let's ask,
decided.
I'm sure Ms. Ramirez Horvath would, right, be interested in communicating from the superintendent, who's
Yes, of
by the way
course.
taking his daughter to Johns Hopkins, so public doesn't know that, right? I think she's nodding her head.
Yes, I said yes.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, I think he's been very good about it. But tonight we are making some decisions that are important for the confidence of our public.
Ms. Bailey,
Yeah, I just, excuse me.
we're only on number 7, right? Everybody,
I'm still on number 7.
things drift.
I just want to say, to piggyback on what Dr. Pomeroy is saying, you know, reading the public comments and looking at the text messages and phone calls that I've been bombarded with in these last couple of weeks, you know, I understand the sentiment of the community, and it is unfortunate that they were led to believe something that was not totally true. But I also hear, and I'm sure several of you hear from our employees, and as much as we heard from the community that unvaccinated employees could make a child or a student sick, can transmit the virus to a child or a student, employees feel the same way.
They should feel worse.
And I mean, we have several employees who have to be in classrooms with those students who are not able to be vaccinated. Those employees have families that they go home to as well. And so I just want us to be mindful that with these 2 items, not only are we thinking about the safety of the children, but we also need to be considering the safety of our employees as well.
Absolutely.
And that's important. And we also need to think about the mental well-being of this board. It has been really tough for a few of us up here. And some of us struggle mentally with having to go through the community coming at you and saying things to you that are not true. They have not had an opportunity to come out. We are working diligently and you know, doing research and reading everything and trying to inform ourselves so that we can come here and have a well-informed discussion and work through these items. And so, I just had to say that because I've been getting a lot from women, even our women employees, and just women who live in my neighborhood who are concerned about some of the decisions that we have to make right now. That when we speak of mandating, it could potentially set a precedence for, taking away a person's right to choice, freedom of choice. So I get those types of perceptions on this thing that I need to consider. I get the whole point around the fear from black people, black individuals, that maybe some of you don't even relate to or identify with. Okay, just based on when you talk about the Tuskegee event, the airmen, and that whole process, the forced syphilis testing that they went through. I mean, all of that comes back up. And so, we need to be more sensitive. This is very sensitive. And I don't want anybody to think that I take things lightly, but I have to consider everything in a well-rounded perspective. I can't just listen to one side and then decide. And so I want the community to know that's where I am, and that's how I deliberate. And so, and I want to ask the board to be mindful. And I do, Kim, I'm not sure where you were going with what you said, but I think you were kind of trying to get the board to think about maybe we should be put under the same process as the staff and the students with the weekly testing or showing proof of vaccination. I mean, I totally agree with that because we go on the campuses. We interact with our faculty. We interact with the students. And so I don't have a problem with being a part of that. I think the board should be a part of that. And then if we're talking about applying that to vendors and folks who come to the campuses, why wouldn't the board be a part of that? We're part of this district, a very active part. So that's my advocacy. Thank you.
Is everybody okay with that, by the way? We can just decide right here, the board.
We can do it, yeah, we can mandate ourselves amongst ourselves, that's.
Sorry? Yeah. It's just this is limited question I'm asking, very limited question. So on the item now, if everybody's had a chance, what we do, Tina, is we need a main motion to approve in a second, and then we, right?
Tina, do her advocacy or not? I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought you were ready to do it. Sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
So I appreciate both your comments and all of my fellow board members' comments. I want to acknowledge the idea of testing and how there's not the infinite funding for that. And I believe I asked the question to staff before this meeting about how much does it cost to vaccinate an employee or vaccinate an individual versus testing indefinitely that same individual. So, I mean, I think it's sort of treading water. You're kind of like the testing is, it's testing until the pandemic's over, right? But vaccination, you're like, done, And, the CDC says the number one prevention strategy, and Dr. Go has explained, Dr. Ferrer of LA County Public Health, their presentations are on vaccinations, and their presentations are on unvaccinated are the ones being infected. So I just, I support this testing plan for sure. We must have a testing plan, but let's not be complacent that vaccinations are the number one way to end COVID. I don't want this to be 2022, 23, and we're doing this again. And, it's just like this Groundhog's Day or something. So when we were in the springtime, we had this campaign there was like a race, right, to get all of the teachers, staff vaccinated, and we didn't know if we get the supply, and, you know, they just expanded the eligibility to the educators, and
Right.
now we have students, and so I worry that we got the testing plan, but we don't have that that kind of push campaign for the vaccination part. Although we're doing that, it's just kind of like we now have both, but I don't want to forget that the ultimate thing is to get to that vaccination and to never stop until, you know, always try to get more vaccinations, and not just say, well, we can test them. So, and I want to actually comment on, my husband's going to be really proud. I'm going to tell a sports analogy. His favorite is Seattle Seahawks football team. And he told me that they had like the best vaccination rate because Pete Carroll, is that, I don't even know his name, really brought in the experts.
Yep.
And just any doubt that somebody had, the expert was there to explain it. And I will say, probably, you know, most professional football players are African American. And so he just said, you know what? The winning strategy is to vaccinate, because you're not going to have this situation of, you know, quarantining like we're doing. And the winning strategy for us, the winning strategy for education is to vaccinate. So I hope we follow like the same strategy. But again, I don't want to fall into complacency. Obviously, I support this.
Okay, we have support for this one. Anybody want to make a motion on the ratification?
I'll make a motion.
The motion to approve from Trustee Hall Lee,
Second.
second from Ms. Fredericks. All those in favor? 7-0. I guess I was confused on the amendment, sorry. But we'll go on to number 8. And Ms. Hall Lee, would you like to ask a question? This is the inquiry portion.
I have a question.
Wait, let me check. We don't have any more public, right?
No.
Well,
Okay.
we do at the end.
At the unagendized, but okay. All right. Number 8, Ms. Hall Lee.
Yes, my question is about Pfizer. Pfizer has been approved fully, and I have a question about, could we mandate the Pfizer vaccine for children 12 and up and staff and teachers? What would happen? Could we do that? Why don't we do that?
Question for leadership.
Yeah.
I think that our proposal is to mandate vaccine of choice with the 3 vaccines. Sometimes supply and demand is not available. When we had our first MPODs, we were only able to attain Moderna. So I'm not sure of the availability. So I wouldn't want to limit someone's opportunity to get a vaccination or deter them if we said that it had to be a certain one. But I think we could make sure that we have the information out there, the clarification of Pfizer being fully approved for 16 and older for children, and, you know, that being still in the emergency use form for 12 to 14. So I think, or 12 to 15, we want to be sure that people have accurate information. And Dr. Go has said before, you know, emergency use is still approved by FDA, that we shouldn't take that as it not being approved. It just hasn't been studied, you know, long enough.
Thank you.
Okay, these are inquiry questions on number 8, approval of student COVID vaccination testing requirement. Jennifer Hawley had a question, and anybody else? Ms. Bailey?
This is another one why I'm not understanding why staff and faculty aren't included in this as well.
Is this a board report
Did I
question?
miss something? Yeah, the board report.
So on the board report, we go there.
District student COVID-19 vaccination/testing requirement.
Oh, I think it's because, you can answer that, but I think this is new for students.
Yeah, because the staff already have it.
Right. The staff were required to do that by the public health order. So we're proposing that we ask our students who are eligible to follow the same guidelines as the public health order. As you mentioned, Mrs. Bailey, the students are coming to school and our staff has to feel safe as well. So we're asking for approval of the same, procedures for students that are eligible and our staff. It's already a given with the staff because we don't have a choice because it's a governor order.
So we're not going to get a resolution for
Correct.
I thought Tina first. Sorry.
Okay. We understand that Governor Newsom has set October 15th as a deadline for implementing the state's new COVID safety protocols. Oh, so I'm kind of referring to the October 15th deadline sounds like we borrowed that deadline from the Newsom's order.
It's timeline.
Are there any hurdles preventing PUSD from implementing these protocols before October 15th? If so, what are they?
Question for leadership? Leadership can have anybody respond. Hurdles to implementing by October 15th, and what are they? Before October 15th.
We are with employees, encouraging before. Dr. Miller, would you like to speak to the Qualtrics system and what will be going out to employees?
Sure. So we're working with a provider named Qualtrics. They survey. It's a survey provider, and in this survey provider, we'll be asking our employees, visitors, and contracted services if they have been vaccinated, which vaccination they have had. We also define what vaccination is, the 14 days after the second dosage or 14 days after the first dosage for Johnson & Johnson. If they say they have not been vaccinated, then it will prompt them to go to a second set of questions that talk about when they have tested and the results of the testing, and then to upload their testing results. Once an individual has identified, or employee and or visitor or contracted services have identified that they have in fact been vaccinated and they've uploaded their vaccination card and or phone screen, then the individual would be considered fully vaccinated and would no longer receive the email. Individuals who are not vaccinated and or who have not responded would then receive the testing email until they identified that they have been vaccinated, and then they would fall off of that notification also. I hope that answers the question. We do anticipate.
I think she's asking more about hurdles for this one too, the students, right? She's asking about, I think that's good to explain the staff system, but she's
And
really,
to make it quicker.
she's asking if there's hurdles to implementing this, I think.
So we don't really see hurdles because we've been in consultation with the system. Chief Barnes, Chief Jamel, and Dr. Miller have all been working on this, together, plan to get this data in a quick upload system, and it is going to launch the first week in September. So that we would be able to collect the data sooner for, those who start answering the survey right away. And the students will be a similar process. We do have the ability to look at some databases for students that are vaccination sites where we can check all students' vaccinations. So it gives us access to be able to help upload some of the information with the parents, and then we would use the same system to keep track of the students. So we're not anticipating hurdles. We feel much better about our staffing that's coming. That was one of the reasons we were taking the risk-based approach and volunteerism, and we have the staff and board now and a plan to schedule. So, hurdles might be, parents that have concerns about the vaccine, and I think providing education and what you had mentioned is really important so they understand, encouraging them to use the alternative testing choice if they're, if they're not interested in vaccination. I feel confident that we have the things in place, but there's always hurdles with the coronavirus. I don't want to say that there won't be any hurdles, but I think we have a good plan if this is approved tonight to move forward.
Second question? Go ahead.
When can we know with certainty how many school personnel and students have been fully vaccinated? If it takes an estimated 45 days before people who have taken Pfizer and Moderna to be fully vaccinated. Basically, when will we know, like,
When
the
will we
magical
know
number?
the vaccination rates?
Yes.
Like Ms. Kenny said. So that's a question.
Also, it's already been asked, so I don't have to use that.
No, Ms. Kenny said it's really important to share with the public once
Okay,
it's
she said that already.
once
All right.
it's not an estimate anymore. I think everybody agrees with
Yeah,
that.
I would.
Okay, so I don't want to use my
I don't wanna
second
use
question. Since many districts are hiring healthcare workers and there's a shortage of healthcare workers who we need to provide testing, how is PUSD overcoming the staffing challenges? For example, if we approve hiring 25 more nurses.
So we're working with two different agencies, as been reported this evening. One of the agencies had 82 applications, and they said they were not going to go out and hire everyone unless they had districts that put in for request for employees. So I think in the agency market, it seems to be that they have additional employees and they're interviewing. We have our own team of nurses, and we're continuing to, recruit and for nurses to be our own employees. So that's the way that we've been working to try to overcome the shortage.
Thank you. And number 3, right? Follow up to the first one. As far as proof of vaccination, and I've asked this question to staff, and I don't know who's received the question, but there's this idea that's really easy to create a proof of vaccination from scratch. So does Qualtrics or whatever service, it seems that the digital proof is the most secure proof with the QR code. And can we ask Qualtrics to say, limit the proof to, the most secure formats?
Yes, however, the governor's executive order clearly lays out different ways that the identification can be reported. However, if the board wishes to say there's only one, we want this form, then we would have to go back to Qualtrics and see if that can be added into the survey.
So just to confirm, you said that if the board orders it to be limited from the 6th, then, and then if Qualtrics can do it, then we'll do it.
If the board directs us to identify one form of identification to vaccination proof, then we'll go back to Qualtrics and see if we can have that included into our survey.
Okay. Let's go to Mr. Kaelin.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that the board report be edited to just provide a little explication on what we mean by eligible, just
Okay.
so that it says all students over the age of 12 who don't have, a documented history of medical contraindications.
Disqualifying,
Yeah, disqualifying, because we have those on record already, right, for the kids that, so that's the only thing that I would ask.
Okay, a request is everybody okay with that? We're editing, we can
Can you
edit.
repeat that?
I'm trying to figure out where do you
All eligible, aligned with CP8, I can't talk today, CDPH guidance, Pasadena Unified School District is recommending that all eligible students, comma, defined as all students over the age of 12 who do not have a medical contraindication for vaccinations, comma, will be required to show proof of vaccination and or commit to weekly testing.
I think we should just clarify it to mean 12 and older, because I think the exception for anyone who is eligible but has another reason not to
Right,
do it,
sure.
they would still fall through to the weekly testing.
yeah, that's
I mean,
fine.
eligible really, in this instance, really means
Okay.
12 and older, right?
So Ms. Kinney is saying, what eligible? Doesn't mean necessary, right? Yeah, they could go to testing. Okay, that was a question for Mr.
Comment to that. I was thinking if, say, tomorrow they approve the vaccine for under 12, then do we then have to come back and convene and approve?
We do, but
can
that.
we-
They
do, but
would,
that
except
won't-
it's not
that
going to
won't
happen.
till
It's not going
I
to
know, I'm
happen
just-
before December.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, can we build in that language?
But I would rather put the 12 and come back and discuss that, because that is, to me, a different conversation.
Everybody agree 5 through 11, different conversation?
I would want to have it separately, in other words. I wouldn't want it to automatically.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think there was
Yeah,
support.
I'm fine with this covering the
It's
kids
fine,
that,
okay.
yeah.
You know, if I have a child under 12, so I'm a little bit like, anxious about it.
Yeah. All right.
And I'll move approval as amended.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Kim, I didn't mean to jump on you on that.
don't,
I will.
don't second that yet. Don't second that yet. Go ahead, Ms. Kinney.
All right, questions. I was wondering if staff has any idea of the unvaccinated percentage, roughly, of our students who are 12 and above. And then I wondered if, for instance, we had kind of an idea from the 7th grade at Marshall. Like, since we did have to kind of do that math specifically for each and every one of them, what was that percentage? Maybe that gives us kind of a ballpark.
Question for leadership?
I forget, would be.
Well, you can call on her, yeah.
At this time, I don't have that information, but I can provide it for you at a different
Okay.
time.
I would say, would you
I
accept?
think I asked this question ahead of time, so that's why I'm
Accept the LA County?
not as excited about not having.
There are estimates in LA County where it's not very high.
Yeah, my estimate was around 30%.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Dr. Ferrer.
Just kind of looking at how many people were quarantined and kind of
That's all they're
knowing.
saying is young people
Okay.
aren't getting the vaccine, right?
Second question. So we have this requirement that students show proof of vaccination or have weekly testing, but their parents have to give them permission to do weekly testing. So what happens when they are not vaccinated and their parents don't give permission? When that case occurs, because it probably will, even though we're giving it a fairly long deadline, what's our plan?
Question for, wait,
That's a question for staff.
question for staff. Maybe, was it? I forgot, sorry.
What was the answer before? Maybe there was already an answer.
The answer
think I
was
said-
to wait to this item.
I think we said it was going to.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a current board policy that talks about when you can be exempt from a vaccine for a medical reason. So we would implement that policy. You have the opportunity to change that policy if you want to. It was different at another time. It had more information or reasons why you could decline taking vaccinations. I think, we have talked about this with mask wearing with our principals. We have to follow sequential processes where we would counsel and encourage and, because it's a parent choice this time, if the child's not 18, to let them understand, how they would be protected by the weekly testing. So their families would be protected. So, we would try our best to follow those sequential processes before we would tell someone that they would have to enroll in an independent study program. So that's, we're not wanting to do that because it's not the same education that, children are getting less contact with other children and less hours of synchronous learning. And as I mentioned many times in public, the program and the alternative is designed for children who can, have health issues. So, I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I would say for mask wearing, it's been pretty compliant, right? And we thought we would have a lot more children refusing to wear masks or parents telling us that they didn't want their children to wear masks.
And I think, for the most part, everyone wants to protect their family and their own health. So it'll be like an education campaign of why we really want you to be vaccinated so that you'll be safe and other children will be safe and teachers will be safe, your family will be safe.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just feeling like somewhere on this board report, it should say our requirement to continue with in-person education instruction during the year 21-22 is dependent on proof of vaccination or permission to weekly test. I guess it just, I'm actually just trying to look for words that are really, really clear what our requirement are. And I just feel, and again, I don't think that says or else, it's a slightly, but at least it does really say, we're not just saying this and then we're not going to follow through and we're going to let a whole bunch of people slide so that would be a.
Well, let's take your language. What does the board think about your language?
I thought the commit was pretty clear.
What was it in the board report?
It says in this.
I don't want Beth to yell at me. It says in this board report that they either have to submit it or commit to weekly testing. So that, I thought that pretty much covered it right there. Like,
students can't commit, their parents have to. So again, okay. If you think that's clear enough, then that's fine. All right. So those are my.
if you want to offer, that you amend the and or commit and or their parents commit to weekly testing of the student, that's fine with me.
I just wanted to say that this is, that the requirement is to continue with in-person instruction. Yeah, that's what, as a response to the answer to that question. All right, do you want me to
But you're okay with
flow into advocacy or no?
Well, let's check I don't think I've heard from everybody's
That's
questions. I don't know that I have. Dr. Pomeroy has a question.
I'm just wondering if the option for shifting to independent study should be included.
So that's what
Somewhere.
That's what Kim's asking, kind of? Is that what I'm hearing? Similar? But Dr. Blanco wants to cross that bridge later.
Later. I just feel that having a requirement, you kind of have to say what your requirement is.
You still want to cross that bridge later, Dr. Blanco?
I know she will have to.
I think we should cross that bridge later and see, how many students or parents really don't want to comply without trying to approach it from a way of, mandating or taking away someone's rights, which was mentioned earlier tonight. And I really have confidence in the community that they will comply.
Okay, fair enough. They've been asked and answered that question. I think we can go to advocacy, sure.
Well, and I think this point has already kind of been raised. Does the board want to consider a firmer requirement for 16 and above because of the recent approval? Because I think there was, notwithstanding what Board Member Cahalan said earlier, or maybe someone else said it now, I can't remember, that there may not be a whole lot of different, maybe Dr. Blanco said it, a lot of difference between an emergency use and a full authorization. I think there really is a perception that there's a difference. And so when this resolution was written last week, it hadn't been approved, fully approved, and now it is. So is that a modification we want to consider tonight, or is that something that board members would feel more comfortable about farther along?
What exactly? I'm sorry. What exactly? What was it?
Well, you asked whether it was possible. I'm asking the board if they want to do it, because it's not impossible. Well, staff said they didn't want to do it, but again, I'm asking the board. I'm not asking staff.
Okay, so
I'm proposing, I'm
you.
asking, is there any appetite for an amendment to this
Specifically to that specific vaccine that's been fully approved?
for 16 and above for Pfizer?
Okay,
yeah.
so it's, wait, hold on. So thank you for the clarification, Jennifer, because I wasn't following it. And then Kim, thank you. So I don't know that, given staff's answer earlier, that they would the board now reconsider? Because staff basically said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Blanco or Ria, it was about what? Supply and choices and all kinds of things?
People should choose not to because they don't want to do Pfizer.
Yeah, I mean, tell me again what you said. But Kim is saying regardless of that, I think.
So we already have some students that may have been vaccinated with Moderna or Johnson & Johnson. We couldn't require them to take another vaccine. That would be another problem. But I think what you're saying is, can we require Pfizer? But I'm just not sure about the supply and demand.
So wait, go ahead and clarify, because maybe we don't understand.
All right.
And we're not following.
So there's an approved vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's approved vaccines for DTaP or whatever all those different things are that people have to get. And we don't ever know the names of them. And I don't know if there's multiple or only one. But now there's an approved vaccine for 16 and above for COVID. I'm saying, is there appetite to modify this requirement to say vaccine or testing if you are 12 to 15, and if you are 16 above, you must be vaccinated, period.
The same way you get your diptet or your measles.
So wait, but not.
And I disagree with the idea that because there's only one, we can't require it of people.
Hold on, let me clarify.
That's just, I'm just telling you what my disagreement
Before we
is.
go on, though, because remember we had lack of clarity. So let's just capture what you just said. 12 to 15, it would stay the same, right, as this recommendation. 16 would just be vaccinated.
I'm asking, yes.
Yeah, but it's not, you're not saying, you didn't say vaccinated with Pfizer. You just said vaccinated. So I want to clarify that. That's not about Pfizer. She's just saying because there's been approval, right? There's not an excuse.
Correct, that's what she's saying.
Right. Okay.
There should be less hesitant.
For 16 and over. Okay. So she's asking the board about modifying this, but let's. No,
Well-
but we're just in advocacy right now. It's okay. We can.
I mean, I would.
Was it Michelle first, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Michelle.
I just want to say no.
Okay. There's not appetite over there. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm perfectly fine with including language that says the board agrees that when FDA full approval is added for any age group, we just make it part of the mandatory vaccination schedule. I would be okay with that. But that's everybody. That's all the way down to the TK kids. So, and then we just let the FDA decide when we do it. So that's where I stand on that particular issue. But I don't know. I will vote for this in either case.
Okay. Jennifer.
I want clarification again on this from staff, as if this something we would do, because I asked, why aren't we mandating that you are vaccinated because one of the vaccines is FDA approved? That's what I asked. So I would like clarification from staff. I want to know why we wouldn't do that.
So why wouldn't we do mandate? Why wouldn't we just say vaccine and no testing option? I think this is maybe the third time we're going to cover this, but go ahead.
So we usually wait from direction from, the California Department of Health to tell us which vaccines are mandated, and that's how we make the changes. So there's processes that they go through, and that could happen next week. But right now that hasn't happened. We haven't received any information that we should be updating our board policy to include COVID vaccinations at this time. So it would be out of the normal procedure that we follow as a public education institution. Not saying that we can't go out of policy or procedure, but that's not usually the way we do it.
So certain vaccines are mandated by the state of California, but this one is not, is her answer. So therefore, they're providing vaccine or testing. Okay, is that what you said? Okay. So we're still in advocacy. Let's all, I don't know, who hasn't had? Tina hasn't had? I can't remember. Tina, go ahead.
I'm just trying to follow this discussion. So what I'm hearing is the tradition or the way we normally do it is we wait for some authority to tell us to move forward. But as we know, other districts their boards have supported mandates, and they were actually waiting for this full FDA approval to, actually implement it. So we have this opportunity, if we want to, as a board, to support a mandate for the full approval, which applies to the 16 and up. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I want to ask you a question about that, Tina, from staff. I mean, I heard of Culver City, but is there districts that are mandating vaccines for eligible students? Besides the Culver City?
It was Long Beach and Santa Barbara, and both of them had staff that were under 75% vaccinated.
But what was the mandate
to get vaccinated
for students? No, I don't want to confuse because it sounded like we were talking about staff there a second. Yeah, so I just want to ask for clarification on Tina's point. I think that this would be if we pass this would be actually before Culver City, probably, because they're investigating legal ramifications of forcing independent study, right? So this might be the first time that a school district is requiring, right, vaccines for 12 and up. I'm aware of the staff mandates in other districts, right, but not the student mandates.
Yeah, I do believe when their board passed the policy that a statement was made that they don't know if it's legal or not, but they think the policy was a good idea. So I think that we would probably want to seek legal advice before we support that recommendation, just based on that we would, be the second one out there doing that. So
okay.
And I think
let's try to go ahead, Michelle.
I think when Santa Barbara did it, they had a number of families who actually threatened to pull their kids out of their district for mandating.
Yeah, but I want to clarify. I want to distinguish between staff mandates.
It was for, I believe it's for the students.
No,
that's why the parents were going to pull out.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we'll find out, but it doesn't really matter. But I just wanted to clarify that.
So, and my other concern with that would be, don't the parents have the same right to make the decision for their students at that age as they do with the younger students?
Yes, that she covered that. They do. This is by parent. Yeah.
So, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they want to cross the bridge. They want to counsel and cross the bridge, right? Is what you said. The rainbow, not the rainbow bridge. Another bridge. All right. So.
Point of information. So what are we asking staff to come back to us with?
No, I was just trying to clarify that. I'm not asking. No, I mean we'll find out about which districts have required all eligible students to have vaccines. Yeah, we can find out about that. But it wasn't important for me to vote on this.
I think that's a really good point, that if Culver City is the only one who's done it so far, and it's not clear that it is let me put it this way, it may be a very fraught path to go down, that it probably wouldn't behoove us to do it this evening, but to get more information.
Okay. On the independent study you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, on the mandates.
Yeah. All right. I think let's go to Elizabeth and then Tina.
Oh,
Just
yes.
because I don't think Elizabeth has said anything.
Basically, I am supportive of
They're
this.
supportive of this. All right.
This recommendation.
That was short. Tina?
I'm just wondering, how many districts would it take for us to say we're ready to,
Oh, you're going to the staff thing again?
the student vaccine mandate? I've just
Oh, no.
throwing that question out there.
Oh,
You don't have to answer it.
Well, I guess we'll find out, but I think people are probably ready to express their position.
Scott,
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that in Santa Barbara, the parents didn't want their students tested regularly.
Tested regularly.
I did verify. It is only Culver City, and it was 7 days ago. And since school board meetings have a tendency to be on Thursdays, I've noticed up and down the state, it would not surprise me if we tie with another school district.
Okay, so we'll be in
because
second place.
Probably this is a conversation going on elsewhere right now.
Second place with 45 other districts. That's an estimate. All right, so I appreciate there's a lot of good points on advocacy, but we might be ready for a motion.
I will move approval as written.
That's moving. Did I hear a second?
And I do have a request for staff.
Okay.
And that's that all of the decisions that were made tonight about testing and vaccination be summarized by Hilda and sent out as a formal press release rather than allow 7 million people who all have different interpretations of what we decided tonight decide on Facebook what we actually decided tonight. I
That
think
seems
we
like a
should-
direct request. Is everybody okay with that?
Pat moved as is,
Yeah.
but you wanted
And-
12 and up in
No.
parentheses after all eligible?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, with my initial amendment, yes.
12, what was your amendment? Because Jennifer has to agree with it. Say-
On the defining of eligible is 12 and older who don't have medical contraindications on file. 12 and up.
You don't, if you don't,
Who is, okay, yes.
he's, Pat wanted to be more explicit, but then I thought Kim reminded him of that. That he wanted to be more explicit.
It just says all eligible, it doesn't actually,
It doesn't say the 12.
right. And so he's just saying, should we clarify in this right,
What if it changes?
Then we'll have another meeting, we'll have another,
All right, so what should the language be now? Can we agree on that in the motion?
prefer, it says all eligible in parentheses, 12 and up.
that's fine.
And that's agreeable with the maker of the motion, because
Yes,
you're nodding your
I
head. Is
will
that
accept that
agreeable
as
with
the modified language.
Seconder of the motion?
Okay.
Okay. And then Tina had, I think, trying to say something.
I just want to support Trustee Cahalan's suggestion on
Oh,
the communication, but in addition, to have it aggregated into a FAQ instead of all these updates that you cannot find later on.
oh, so that's a different request for FAQs. It's a different,
Issues with taxing staff on things we may not have to tax them on.
okay. So the press, let's start with one concrete thing. The press release, just one thing at a time. Is that okay? Press release seems appropriate. Big deal decisions.
We're working on it right now.
Okay. And the second request is, which is a very valid request, is FAQs. I don't know the status of FAQs on the website. I'll be honest. Do we know anything about FAQs being compiled?
We haven't really done one for this, and it occurred to me, seeing Tina's questions and staff answers, like people have asked questions about the emergency use powers, and just providing examples like that on the website and why is the district deciding to do these things, I think will go a long ways to cutting down people emailing all of us individually and saying, why is the district doing
All
these
right.
things?
So, go ahead.
If I may add, can you hear me? I feel like
It does sound quiet, but the light's on.
in the past, I had mentioned adding FAQs and inserting the questions that come from the board to staff prior to the meeting.
Oh.
The ones that we don't get to address.
Oh, by the way, she said that many times, right, Diane, and Emil, about posting that. Okay.
Yeah, I think because
Does anybody have a problem with that? Posting the questions and answers for board meetings? Kim's asked for it. Okay, so we'll try to, do that. Okay, and then Jennifer? Oh, for this, okay. So FAQs is a work, go ahead.
somebody needs to serve the board, and we need to get our communications out there. It's important. And it would help alleviate some of the misconceptions that are in the community as well. So I don't think that this is something that it should be considered putting extra. I think it's something that is necessary, actually, and it should be done.
All right, would you accept that Dr. Blanco will have a conversation about, with Dr. McDonald, right, about FAQs?
I think we can put it on our ELT agenda, and there could be some compromise in the middle where, some of the questions that come in, I'm thinking of some of that pertain to confidential information. So we really wouldn't want about things you discuss in closed session. They're kind of in the same
Tina's
questions.
not asking about confidential information. Okay.
So maybe action items or things that are big changes.
Well, I think this is FAQs about COVID,
Oh, okay.
right?
But I've been saying this prior to COVID, so pre-COVID, because, like, for instance, some of the questions that Kim asks are very good questions, and I know oftentimes she'll feel like she needs to ask them over while we're in the public meeting because she wants the public to hear the answers. So if we have a system of posting some of those really good questions that could really inform the public, I think that we should do that. It would be to our benefit.
Okay, so the posting, yeah, we're going back to this suggestion. I thought so Dr. Blanco, there's clearly support on the board for posting question and answers for board meetings, posting them in an accessible way.
I guess I would ask, can we limit it to 3 per board member? Because it's a lot of questions that come in sometimes, 40 or 60, and I have to really track down all the staff that, like right now, are all in school, so it's not something
Well,
that
I mean,
is easy.
some of the questions wouldn't be answered, right? So you know what I mean?
I think we're talking about the answered ones. But hey,
Yeah, the answered questions.
questions and monitoring these.
The answered questions. You can say to be in process or something.
Do you guys need to make me the webmaster for the board's page?
Yes.
I mean, really?
All in favor? Okay, we got it, yeah, we're expanding.
I know, we have to move onward. I think what we're talking about here is not the long, sometimes long list of questions that come in before a board meeting, but rather questions about what we have just decided. And so if the FAQs could focus on just what we've decided today and what we're working on.
Okay, I think we're going to do a press release on that, all right? We're going around in circles at this point. Okay, and Michelle is talking about the long list of questions. So let's go to, I think we had a motion and a second? Is that true?
Motion and a second. We do have a motion. With the 12 and up.
With the 12 and up?
Yes.
Is that true? Are we all in favor? Of item number 8 with that modification? I think that's 7-0. Okay. All right, the next one has my name on it, so, okay, Mr. Phelps, it's your turn. So I got a question from Eddie Rivera at the Pasadena Now. He said, why are you doing this now? And I'm like, this is totally normal. I just forgot to do it. Should have done this in July. We do this whenever we open school under COVID. So that was my answer, and that's my introduction to this. This is not, I just forgot, right? We always have the flexibility, give the flexibility to the superintendent. We have what, Pat, like 2 or 3 times. I don't know how many times. And so that's the extent of this flexibility to, as you heard earlier, to move people outdoors, to do all kinds of anything, right? Buy things quickly that are needed. It was in the board report, all the things, right, you could do. So that's what this is. And if anybody has questions, go ahead. It shouldn't be different. It's not supposed to be different. She's shaking her head over there. It's not different. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, me?
Yeah.
Sorry. My first question is, number 2 says authorize the superintendent to utilize any and all funding from one-time coronavirus aid without requiring authorization from the board, providing these board expenditures are reported for ratification. So I know the first time and maybe the second time we passed this, there was a certain amount of money that all came at the very beginning. And since then, we have a huge amount, almost $40 million in ESSER 3, that we have to write a plan on, and the board has to approve the plan. So I'm not sure we can include ESSER 3. I think it has to be, I think, this is a question, I don't think we can do this for ESSER 3. Is that true? And so maybe if this was more specific, that would be better?
Dr. Barnes, or Dr. Blanco, that sounds like a question for Dr. Barnes.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as part of our ESSER 3 plans, you would set aside emergency, amount. So, yes, I think ESSER 3 could be used, but it would be part of the plan that we had an amount specified for emergency use.
But we don't have a plan right now that we've looked at.
No, but
So-
she's making the point that there would be a segment of it.
So this feels like it could pertain to the whole 40 million, and that's why I'm uncomfortable with this language as written, given where we are in the process.
Okay,
So it's kind of a question.
question and advocacy, the same. Okay.
And yeah, I have a real hard time separating them. I'm a little concerned as well on number 4. Authorizes the superintendent at any time to move the district from in-person to remote. So this was a possible thing last year. And like, let's say that there was a big thing tomorrow and there was a huge outbreak and we had to close one of our schools. Well, I'm not sure close a school is the right word. It's probably more we'd be under a public health order to quarantine everyone for a certain amount of time. I'm uncomfortable with this language because it's not clear to me what remote instruction means, and if it, unless it says something like independent study, but I mean, there is no way to do that in an emergency fashion anymore. We don't have any agreement with our labor partners to do remote learning at this time. So I'm not clear that we need to include that in an emergency order because there's no way to do it without convening. I mean, the board could be convened, but I don't see any way that that anyone needs to act immediately because there is no way to implement that immediately today.
Okay.
I guess that's kind of a question is, am I missing something where the superintendent could close a school and move to remote instruction where actually remote instruction would happen in today?
Okay.
That's a question. That's a question is there a way that the superintendent could do it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, go ahead, Dr. Blanco. I know what Dr. McDonald has said many times before about this item.
Yep, so I think that would be like through, right now, what you mentioned, independent study or asking, lessons to be posted on Canvas, but there could be, legislation that happens quickly, like happened before. The nurses are a good example, right? Because we need nurses and we need to be able to hire them. So if there wasn't a board meeting for a long time, then we'd want to be able to get what we needed for health and safety. And so I think that item is in context of health and safety as an example. But all of the things that you are mentioning would be, have to be in place as well. So I don't think there's an intent to have him take advantage of any power. That's never happened in the past in most things he has brought to the board, except when there wasn't a board meeting scheduled.
Okay. Ms. Fredericks next. We're technically still in questions, but.
Well, I was going to follow up with her question. Are you, I'm asking Ms. Kenny, so you're worried that if we switch 100% remote, that we're not prepared for that under the independent study structure to provide quality education? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm asking how to give emergency authority to something that can't be done in an emergency. And so since board meetings can convene within 24 hours, but I wanted to make sure I understood whether this could be done. So we did, I mean, the superintendent did close the district down without convening a board meeting in the spring, and he had to. And we did. We did. We did, and we didn't have agreements in place, and I don't know how we did remote instruction. So maybe that's the answer, is that we would do it again.
Wait, let's take one at a time.
Okay.
So, because we're getting into commentary versus questions. Let's stick to questions. Tina had a question. Okay, go ahead next.
I'm still not clear. So, are you asking about maybe putting in place more accountability on top of the remote?
So my concern with those two items that I mentioned would lead me to ask that they be modified and or removed.
She's not comfortable with the language. Okay.
What if we modified the timeline to the end of this first semester, and come back and because
She's
I mean,
not,
right now, there's no emergency, right?
no, she's not talking about timeline. She's
Well,
just
that's
talking-
what I'm asking her. Would
Oh.
she be more comfortable if it was a shorter term? Like, and then we came back and revisited this in January or February if we needed to?
I'm going to say no. That's the simplest.
Okay. Pat? Next.
So a couple of things. So the thing that changed between last year and this year is AB 104, right? So the state legislature doesn't want us to do distance learning. So unless something changes, if we close the school, I'm not exactly. I will be honest. As near as I can tell, it's impossible for a school district to close a school, even in response to a massive outbreak, without then having to beg the state, please give us our ADA, because you're not going to transfer 500 kids into CIS overnight and then transfer them back. That's not going to happen. That's a completely insane expectation on school districts, which, by the way, I encourage people to advocate with their state legislature about that. So I understand Kim's point that.
But Pat, it says
Yes.
move the district. I just want to
Yeah.
be clear. It doesn't actually say school.
Right, but
Okay.
we can't do either.
Yeah.
But I do expect that will change, because I expect that some school district is going to be put into that box at some point this term, and then the legislature will get the appropriate takeout to the woodshed about how they have, and they'll come up with some waiver process. I do think that 6 months is a good idea, mostly because I think the conditions are going to change quite a bit between now and December. So I would change the date to the end of the first term. I don't mind having these on a routine basis, but I think it will change enough that it might change our conversations about it. And what was the other one? So I have a little issue with 2. I'm not as worried. I understand Kim's point about the ESSER 3, like we should approve the plan first. We can approve a plan that says we're still figuring out what we're going to do with the rest of it, but at least we're going to put like $2 million in a bucket and the superintendent can spend it as he wants. So I understand that point, but my reservations about this is it's on communications. The things that Brian spent money on last year, I didn't have any argument with them. I thought he did a good balancing act between, calling the ball on small decisions when he had to make them, and saying, what, this is a really big one, I should bring this to the board individually as a ratification. So I thought he did a fine job of that. But I think it's also the case that, overwhelmingly the negative feedback that I've got from the last 9 months has been the lack of transparency about how we spent COVID funds. So we are not communicating that, and by we, on this case, I'm not even going to make Brian the bad guy. I'm going to say it's our fault. Have not been, directing staff to produce some sort of ongoing running report of how we're spending that money. Now, some people might not care about that. They might say, no, we trust Brian, do it, and he's done a track record of showing that he can do it. So if the public wants to worry about it, they can worry about it. I don't care. I do think that's a problem for us, and especially given the ongoing support that this community feels to the school district, which can be fickle at times. I don't want to give them reason to develop a distrust. So my only difficulty is I can't figure out a way to reword it. So the only thing I could say is whatever it is that we've done for communications last year didn't work. So we need something, and I'm willing to let Hilda and Brian figure out what it is. But I think if we just go to December with this as implemented, we're gonna see a community trust problem that I don't want to have to deal with. So that's
Okay.
my comments.
Anybody else have comments before we move to motions? Tina?
questions. I actually submitted some questions to staff, and again, I'm not sure who answered them. But I hope they're here. Let's see. A similar resolution was passed last year to support the spring reopening. What examples of emergency actions were used under the Superintendent Emergency Powers Resolution?
Yeah, so I think they're in the board report, the examples.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring it up now, but I remember that question, and here it is. Okay. So, of course, at the time he
I could read it.
at the time he responded to your questions, when you asked this question back in the other time, right? And he gave you examples back in whenever that was, January or so. But this board report, which is not opening right now, lovely, decided not to open. Hold on.
I can just read the response from staff if they're not ready.
It's opening. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Okay. Trying to think good thoughts about Microsoft Word right now. Okay. The examples are in the whereas. Emergent when any repairs, alterations, work, improvement necessary to any facility, public schools, existing school class, to continue existing school class, avoid danger to life or property, right? Sudden unexpected occurrence, right? One of the things that he did, over a year ago with the going to remote, but he also did the shutting down of the small pods on the advice of Dr. Go in January. But here's some more. Any and all actions necessary to ensure the continuation of public education, health and safety of the students and staff at district sites, including but not limited to the relocation of students and staff, continued daily student transportation, provision of alternative educational program options, directing staff to serve as disaster service workers, make alterations. So there's some examples of.
Right. So my question is sort of like the examples of the examples that are already provided in the resolution. Let me just ask one specific question. In 2020-21, was there any incident that prompted repairs or improvements to school property? Emergency powers allowed for?
That would be Dr. Barnes. You can ask it again if. Did you hear her? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for the answers because I'm the one that answered those. Hold on.
Of course. Yeah.
I can't find it in the sheriff.
In the interest of time, I can read it, and you could tell me if it's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I wrote it. I just can't find it.
I thought you did.
Yeah.
So it says here that superintendent used his emergency powers to approve the contracts for the HVAC reviews and repairs. He also approved the contract for a company to come in and repair windows at classrooms that were inoperable so that ventilation could be improved in the classrooms. This was important because we had limited time to get these reviews completed prior to classes starting. As you know, the regulations that the state implements don't often give us enough time to get board approval prior to getting started with what is needed. However, all contracts are ratified by the board.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other question is example of the daily student transportation. And the response was the superintendent was able to approve moving forward with approving Uber type transportation for special ed students or parent mileage reimbursement in order to get students to small education pods. Correct?
Yes, so those are some examples, specific examples for each one of those.
Thank you for answering ahead of time.
Okay, I think I will entertain oh, do you want another comment?
Yes, I do
Pomeroy?
want to make a comment. I want to advocate for extending the powers for the full academic year. And there are two reasons. One is that this year is just as unpredictable and seems to bring new questions and doubts and dangers to us every so often, just as much as last year was, requiring that kind of immediate response and adjusting what we're doing, just as much as last year was. And I heard that one of the principals even said in the last week or so that this year is even more difficult than last year was for a variety of reasons. So I think we need to give him the chance to deal with the unpredictable. And the second thing is, if we were to give an authorization that ended at the end of the first semester, he would feel that he could only take an action that would have to be subject to uncertainty after the first semester, when actually I think it's more practical if he could carry through decisions and feel that they are sustainable, not that they would just be cut off in a few months. So I'd like to see the authorization for the full academic year.
Ms. Hawley?
I would like to move approval, as is.
Okay, does it sound like Dr. Pomeroy?
I'll second.
So if someone wants
I'll
to
second.
make amendments.
Yeah, so I just wanted to get the main motion. We have the main motion and a second. Now we'll entertain amendments.
So my proposed amendment would be for number 2 that says to utilize ESSER 2 one-time coronavirus aid. I think the report from Dr. Barnes said there were roughly $6 million left in ESSER 2. Maybe we used 2.5 of them today, maybe we didn't. But does that seem reasonable?
Proposed language? I'm listening for the language.
To utilize ESSER 2 one-time coronavirus aid, instead of saying any and all funding from one-time coronavirus aid.
So you're in effect restricting the amount?
Yeah.
I'm restricting it to ESSER 2, which I think Dr. Barnes has explained to us is in flux in terms of there's money moving around between different pots. So when she produced the report for us, there was $6 million left, but because things keep moving, it could be more, it could be less.
Okay, but the language is to restrict it to a certain pot.
Pot of money, so that it excludes ESSER 3, and these are really the only 2 pots left to talk about.
Okay, that's the.
That would be one
the amendment.
And then my.
Should we go with that first one, or?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Let's just take them one at a time.
Oh, you don't want the whole thing?
Yeah, let's just take them one at a time.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
That amendment? So the language in here says from one-time coronavirus aid. So does that include more funding, additional funding, aside from the ESSER 2?
It also would be construed to include ESSER 3.
Yeah, I think from the report that Dr. Barnes provided, there's only ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 that are uncommitted.
And so why would we not?
She said
Why
earlier.
would we exclude it?
She said
Because
earlier.
ESSER 3, we're supposed to approve a plan.
She said earlier she
The
objected.
board is supposed to approve a plan.
And Dr. Barnes said the plan would likely have emergency segment in it anyway. Okay, so Pat, let's just take, can we take amendments one at a time?
Then do I do the next one now, or?
No, we're just going to have a vote on that one.
Yeah, let's have a vote on that one, and then we'll take
that's
that.
So this is the one where we do the nested voting, where I get really confused.
No, we're just voting on the amendment. That's all we're doing right now. The main motion, we haven't voted, if amendments get added to the main motion, then in the end, we confirm that with a vote. That's the way it works. No. No. So, but we can have another amendment later.
Right.
Can have another amendment
But right
later.
now, we got a motion and a second
Yeah.
for an amendment.
So let's have a vote on, so everybody clear, Ms. Kenny's amendment is to restrict the pot of money that is available to Dr. McDonald to, I think it's remaining ESSER 2.
Right.
Rather than having ability to tap ESSER 3. So all those in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? All right, so that amendment passes. We'll reconfirm it, but let's, in the end, we'll reconfirm it with everything.
So the second amendment to number 4, which is, sorry, I keep forgetting, authorize the superintendent to declare the necessity to move the district from in-person to remote instruction. So that's the whole district. If we add a clause that says in alignment with current allowability of state rules. I don't know, that's not very elegant, but I think you get what I'm trying to say.
It's allowed by law.
As allowed by state law, that would be great.
I will second the as allowed by law.
All right?
Well, if it's not allowed by law, then it actually kind of stops him from doing
Yeah.
it. If the law changes, then he can do it.
Okay, so are we clear? We have a motion on the amendment of as allowed by law to the, and a question on that, okay.
So what if our situation has not been covered by?
Then he has to call a board meeting. Then he would have to call, that's what Kim's saying, like, if he's gonna, if he's gonna make it, it might be a decision that he should legitimately make, but if he's gonna switch the whole district and we're not gonna collect data, or we're gonna take a risk at not taking collect, I think the board should be involved in that, so. yeah, I
And
would
don't
say-
forget, in number 3 right above, there's, he can declare to close a school site
Yeah.
or a classroom or halt any in-person service. So, I mean, there's still a lot of
Yeah,
pieces. And
Okay.
I think most of us hope that this will be piecemeal and not the entire district.
All right, so should we have a vote, everybody clear on this amendment? We really got to move on, because this is
So we
just
didn't
dragging
have,
out.
we didn't have that
Board
piece
president,
in our
we're
last
moving on.
resolution, right?
Moving on. Board president. Board president.
Yeah, we're
Aren't we
trying,
moving on
we're
now?
trying, yeah.
Yeah,
So the,
out of order,
so
we're
let's,
moving on.
let's go to a vote on that amendment, as allowed by law. Okay, all those in favor, all those opposed?
Oh, sorry.
2.
Was there a mix there?
Wait, what was your hand, Elizabeth?
Well,
You
you
let-
kind of slid into it.
Yeah.
without-
Your favorite, okay, so it's
Yes.
5-2. 5-2.
5-2. Yeah.
All right, so is there any other amendments?
We need the main motion.
Wait, I know what I'm doing. Okay, so do any other amendments?
I'll move amending it just to end at December 31st.
Okay, there's a motion to end at December 31st instead of June 30th.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what we did last year, and it worked fine. So,
We're looking for a second. We're looking for a second.
Second?
We have
I'll
a
second
second. Okay, can we have a vote on this amendment, Arama? On the vote, the end date of this authorization would be December 31st instead of June 30th, right? All those in favor? 4. Okay, all those opposed? Okay,
I expect to see this on the December agenda.
and is there a fourth amendment?
I believe that last resolution had a cap of $1 million. Am I correct? If I remember correctly. I'm not sure why we're not capping this time.
Well, we just effectively capped it.
Yeah. We just capped it by
Well, by
restricting it to
6
SRT.
million. 1 million versus 6 million, that's a big gap. So I believe fellow Cahalan, trustee Cahalan had thrown out the 2 million figure, so.
We need an actual motion.
Amendment to, I move that we amend item 2 to say utilize 2 million of the remaining ESSER 2.
Okay, we have a motion for an amendment to that effect. Do we have a second? Seeing no second, that amendment dies. Now we're going to reconfirm. We're going to move the original motion with the 3 amendments. Do we have a motion for the?
So moved.
So moved with the original motion with 3 amendments. Second, all those in favor? That's 7-0. Okay.
I'm so confused about how this works. Someone's going to have to explain this parliamentary procedure to me later.
It's just Roberts. It's just Roberts. Is all it is. So, hey, 6:30. We're actually on time for number 11. Approval of board member requests to agendize COVID-19 testing vaccination item at next board meeting, special or regular. Ms. Kenny?
Hang on 1 second. But we're going to have a break at some point, true?
We could after this because we'll be done with action items. We could have a 5-minute, I guess.
I already snuck out.
Oh, you already snuck out? Okay.
So
Let's try this item and see if we need.
So this agenda item was here. Short story. Sorry, let me try the short story. I requested an item at some point in the past, and I'm sorry I don't have the dates.
Last week.
Before the 19th.
Yeah.
Prior to the 19th,
Right.
and said, can there be an agenda item on the 19th
Yeah.
around testing and vaccinations? Because at that time, the 19th was a study session only.
Yep.
Mr. Phelps said no. And then in looking at our board policy, it says if the board president says, no, that's not something we're going to agendize, the next step is for it to go to the full board for a vote on whether to agendize. And we were going to place that on the 19th
Right.
before the 19th was canceled. So it fell through kind of to here. And what I said to Mr. Phelps for the 19th, because there was going to be some discussion on testing, and I think the same applied here, is I wanted to leave it on the agenda, even though there were some scheduled items, because it wasn't clear whether there might still be a future need for more conversations. It was hard to tell until we actually had all the conversation.
So this is why this is at the end, by the way.
So the reason I think that I've wanted this really since August 5th is that I don't know that we had all the information or that we had a discussion kind of on some of the different points and things such, and since then, obviously the governor, the California Department of Health changed their minds and did something, took action. We have added testing to our plan that was not there on August 5th. So things keep changing, and the Pfizer vaccine was fully authorized. So significant things have been happening. My request would be that it still seems to me there are some conversations further to be had about, is there any appetite for testing for vaccinated people? So right now, I think we're clearly erring on the side of unvaccinated. Michelle in the past has said, should it only be unvaccinated employees? Wouldn't it be more fair if it was a broader group of employees? Now that there is a fully approved vaccine, is it appropriate to mandate it for staff, as many other institutions have, and many other municipalities have? We even started talking maybe about 16 and older students tonight. But again, we don't quite have enough information. So it feels like there are still future conversations to be had. So that's why this is here, for us to say, yes, we do want to talk about this again.
And just so we're clear, I think you're clear that this is a board member request. Of course, this has nothing to do with staff bringing forward items as they are wont to do. So this would be a board item, and I'm not sure what it would entail. But go ahead, Mr.
Well,
do you want to say what it would entail? I was just going to call on him. When staff brings forward something, there's a recommendation, is what I was saying.
I understand.
It's not clear what this would be. But.
So if the board or board members want to hear on certain topics, when asking for a board item to be placed on an agenda, I'm not asking for me to be given the floor to talk about this. I'm asking for staff to give us information so that we can have a robust conversation and then perhaps move forward. So staff would be integral. I don't know that anyone would ask for an item where we don't want to hear from staff, or that staff wouldn't have to do some preparation or presentation.
Okay. I didn't mean to say otherwise. Oh, go ahead.
It's clear that this is the topic du jour in the public, and so they want more constant communication about this. it seems like, and I don't fault the staff for this, but it seems like the channels that we're using right now to inform people about what the testing protocols are at the sites and all that kind of stuff are not getting the right answers to the right people, just based on the questions that we're getting on tonight's agenda. So, I feel like there's probably enough open questions still about testing, how the testing program is going, how it's deployed and all that sort of stuff, that I think we probably are going to want to talk about this at our next meeting. So I would support having this be an item probably until we see how Delta impacts our sites. And I think that'll probably take 3 or 4 more weeks. So I would like to see an item about testing and vaccinations on the next couple of agendas, and then we can probably, at that point, I think the public will be adequately well informed, and the county will know what's going on. And
Getting the goalpost will get moved 45 times.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Michelle. Michelle,
So-
go ahead.
I want to just bring up the fact that our board meetings, if we don't hold one every single Thursday, we meet once a month. We're supposed to meet. Our regular meetings is like the 4th Thursday of the month. So waiting, just say we don't have any other special meetings in between time, waiting for that once a month board meeting to have this discussion is way too long, which is why I advocate for getting the information in a Friday communique. So, but I'm fine either way. I still would like to get it before. I don't want to wait to the board meeting to get the update. I don't think the community should have to wait until the board packet is published for them to get the update. So we have got to figure out a way to communicate this within a reasonable amount of time, the changes, and things are constantly changing. And so as we get that information, I believe the community should be getting it. Now, whether it should be coming from the board or the staff, we need to work that out because we got to do a better job.
Elizabeth, maybe?
Yes, when I saw this proposed item, I wasn't sure what the content of it would be. Probably a staff update is what we would be approving, that we are requesting a staff update. Also, I like the idea of having the Friday communique also convey a staff update as needed. Plus, the website should show continual updating as well. So that's a lot of updating, but I think, Ms. Kenny, your item has generated our enthusiasm for keeping up to date on this.
Ms. Hawley?
I think the information needs to come from staff weekly, and I'm all for that, and I would support that wholeheartedly, but I would like for it to come from staff every week.
You're not suggesting weekly meetings necessarily, you're just, okay. You're saying weekly information, okay.
So I'm going to,
Yeah, and she's saying on, I guess, updates, right? You're saying
so maybe I need to clarify.
testing and vaccination.
So I'm hearing requests for information. So this is new information that we're not currently getting.
That's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that we want more regular updates weekly.
Well, have we been getting Fridays on COVID? On COVID. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to clarify. So I want staff to know if they're being asked to, staff's being asked to do something new. I want to make sure that they're on board with it before.
No, we were asked when Diane sent that list of the 4 topics. That was in there. This was in there, and we said, I think 4 people said that they wanted it in a Friday communique.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think 4 people. I don't think 4 people said they wanted it in a Friday communique.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you want? I can bring it up.
Okay. All right, so that's,
You don't
so
remember?
that's a new request, but I'm hearing weekly. So staff, someone on staff is now writing a Friday on
Well, I think there,
COVID safety.
I think the weekly is referring to how often we update the community in particular. Because
Okay.
we're not updating them enough.
All right. So this request, to clarify, isn't just about an update. It's to give us an opportunity to discuss actions, which can't happen in a Friday communique. So, well,
So I don't think it should be treated any differently than how everything else gets on the agenda. So I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I get your point.
so let me clarify.
well, that's a bigger topic
let
about
me-
how things get on the
Let me,
agenda.
let me clarify, Michelle. Michelle,
Oh,
Michelle, there's a radical difference between a board member placing an item on an agenda and a staff placing an item on agenda.
Okay, I understand that.
Well, but you're saying to treat it anyway. If staff has a recommendation, right, that they've considered, they've looked at, the conditions, and they say, okay, we want to do this, and we want board approval for this, right? That's very different than just discussing,
If a board member wants an item on the agenda, what is the process?
So it's just a bylaw, and the bylaw says if it's covered by an administrative action, then no. Right? And then the board member has the right to ask the whole board.
Okay. So what I'm saying is with Kim's request to have this agenda item on subsequent board meeting agendas, I don't see why there should be a problem with her asking when. So I would let, for me, the Friday communique generate whether or not I come to you and say, and request that something be placed on the agenda. Because I would be reading it and something would come up and we need to discuss this with the full board. That's what I think. But if I'm understanding what Kim is trying to do here, is she wants this discussion, this item, to be on subsequent agendas without her having to come and formally request that.
No, yeah, it would be approved by vote right now, yeah. So, and what we're trying to, I
So
think
for how long?
what we're talking about is the nature of that item. So what I've heard so far is staff update. That's the most concrete thing I've heard. Staff update on this information. Right?
So for how long, Kim, are you saying that you want this to remain on the agenda?
Oh, I didn't ask for it at every meeting. So my answer is, there's some things we haven't talked about. Mandating student vaccines, mandating employee vaccines, testing, doing random testing instead of everyone in the world, testing additional employees. There's things that board members have mentioned, but we didn't have a discussion on them because we ran out of time last time, and some people felt that we shouldn't be discussing them at that time, and we didn't. Even though people alluded to some of them in their advocacy tonight, they also were not the items on tonight's agenda. So I feel like what I'm hearing is if staff wants to put something on the agenda, then the board gets to have it on the agenda. If the board wants something, we have to follow this procedure, and here we are. And it makes me feel like board meetings aren't set by the board, they're set by staff, which makes me a little uncomfortable sometimes.
So I thought I heard staff say that they made the decision to align the policy or practices that PUSD, they're going to do here at PUSD with what the governor came out with, which the governor did not mandate vaccines per se. He said that you needed to show proof or submit to the weekly testing kind of thing.
Yes, but she's referring to.
So I'm not sure we should get into the content, though.
Well, so I'm trying to figure out why we would have that discussion if staff has already set this in place.
Because a board member, including her, wants to have that on the agenda.
So then I'm asking why, if we've already had this discussion and we continue to have them, we're How did we not have the discussion? I was sitting right here.
Well, I thought we had it tonight.
Yeah,
So,
we
so
did.
let me
And
make
I
it-
was clear that
let me
staff
make it-
said.
let me make it concrete for you. So the item, by the nature of the item, right? When you agendize this, it would have to say, in order to do the things that she wants to do, right? It would have to have action item, or other people, not just her. Action item, mandate for employees, right? Action item. Or whatever else she said, testing for everybody, right? It would have to, in order to be agendized correctly for action, it would have to say that on the item. Yeah, and that's the rub here. You can't just list an item, staff update, right? Which you could, you could list staff update, but that wouldn't cover what she's asking for. What she's implying is that there are board members who want to do certain things that we haven't formally taken a vote on.
And again, I don't actually know what board members want because we haven't discussed it yet. So I'm trying to get us to have the discussion so we know what people want.
This agenda item doesn't mention the word mandate, so that's another, why are we having this conversation? We just talked about testing and vaccinations, so it doesn't mention mandate, so.
Okay, Dr. Pomeroy, let's try to wade through this and
Yes,
get somewhere.
I don't know why we're waiting here.
Wait, you're
I
not
don't-
clear on why we're waiting? We're waiting because they want to agendize things and have votes on things we haven't had votes on.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I don't want to see this as an opportunity to second guess or take back what we voted the previous month, or to try to undo the direction that we are taking. So that's why I use the term staff update, which would not be action items, but rather might generate some idea for future action items, but just to have the staff tell us how is the vaccination and the testing going, what are some of the difficulties that are faced, and just inform us. That's the kind of thing that I think would be valuable to have.
So what we would have to, in this discussion, vote on, you couldn't adopt this, in my view, or you could try, board members could try, but you couldn't adopt this and then later say, lobby the superintendent and me say, this should be an action item, right? That the board should be aware of what it's approving, right?
Tonight.
Yeah,
What we're
well,
approving
tonight, right? You couldn't later lobby and say, well, we need to make this an action item, okay? Because that could happen. I think that happened last time, actually. But go ahead, Pat.
So if nothing else has become clear in the last 3.5 weeks, it's the limitations of the Brown Act and how we interact with the public, right? Like there have been times when people have said, well, why doesn't the board do this? And my answer is because we haven't voted on it. Well, what do you think we should do? Well, I can tell you what I think we should do, but I can't tell you what anybody else on the board thinks. I can tell you what board members may have said in a meeting, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what they think now. And that gets I have found it to be an exhausting 3 weeks where I'm just trying to explain to people how the process works. So tonight we took action. We voted to make student vaccinations, mandatory, or you have to have testing. But there's a lot of other things that people might say, well, why will you take action on this? Will you take action on that? And the answer is, I don't know whether the rest of the board wants to take that action or not. And I don't think we should be having those conversations out scattered here and there in the public. We should be having it here. This is where we should have these discussions. And sometimes we might agree, and sometimes we might not agree, and sometimes we might agree with provisions and then wind up voting 7-0 on the hodgepodge thing that comes. But I think this is important, and I think the conditions and the approvals and the things will be changing constantly throughout the rest of this term. And if we don't have things agendized as at least as a discussion item and then an action item at the regular meeting, we won't ever take an action. We'll just...
You understand that you just contradicted yourself.
Yes,
right?
I know.
Because we took actions tonight.
We did, but it was kind of an ugly 3 weeks. And I don't think
But it's not true that we will never take an action, because staff will bring things forward for
True.
actions.
But staff will bring, the other thing that I've been trying to tease out, when people say, well, why aren't you, for example, mandating testing for every single student? Well, I can point out the numbers and I can point out the logistics, but they're just my best understanding of the conditions on the ground in the district, and I'm not a staff member, so I can only tell people what I surmise to be potential problems, right? Unless we have a item where we discuss it and staff says, we can't do that. That's not possible. We don't have enough nurses. Or it's nice that you think we should give every student a pony. We don't have 14,000 ponies. We can't do that. There's no way to resolve it in the minds of the public.
There's no mechanism. So why don't we, let me make a, okay, go ahead, Tina, sorry.
I think people had multiple turns in this discussion. Okay, I think what's missing here is if you compare a Friday communique or Friday communique, what was the other option? I don't remember, but Friday communique versus a agendized discussion item, the difference in that is that you miss the public's opportunity to speak on it. For example, we had a lot of unagendized public comment that were about vaccinations. And if we had it agendized, then we would have read them, and it's super busy and we just kind of, put them aside. But Dr. Go and the entire world is talking about vaccinations, and we are not.
We just did it, Tina, we just approved something tonight.
Well, let's open it up.
We just approved that tonight.
Let's open it up, and for some reason our doors are closed, so people can't even be here. Let's open it up and allow people to just be heard. Running for office, sometimes they just want to be heard, regardless of what the outcome of a vote. Okay, but when they feel like they're heard, that matters to them, and they won't be angry. They won't be wondering if I don't know about this, I don't know about that, and they don't know about Friday communiques. It's like buried on the website somewhere. I have to hunt for it.
It's sent to you.
I'm sorry?
It's sent to you.
Okay, anyway, my point is we are a public body and we represent the public. And in order to have a two-way communication, which Friday communique is a one-way communication, we have to have a meeting. So I believe this issue is just, let's have a meeting so we're talking about it and we're telling the public we care about this issue that you care about, and we care about what you think. And it doesn't matter what the outcome is, we're listening to you, at least.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Tina, to not give you your turn. What I can suggest, listening to everybody, is to have an item that this means today that you have an item where staff comes and updates us, and then at that meeting, right, the board could decide if they want to have an action item. Okay. Okay. So right now this means staff update on slash discussion, but it's not a. Yeah, and then that is a mechanism for what Tina's saying. Others saying they can propose that at a future meeting.
And that's all I ever meant to ask for
Okay.
this
So
entire
then-
month.
So you cut him off before he finished. So my question is, specifics were mentioned during this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
The way this is written, those specifics aren't in this language. Are we approving or voting on this, I should say, the way it's written? Or do we wait until staff brings us the updates, we have the discussion as a board to bring up the need or the desire to want to discuss specifics?
Yes. To the second one.
Okay.
Yes, you have a discussion item, they provide information at that so that's what would be agendized. And at that meeting, board members, we would take a poll and see if we want to agendize some idea.
And this does not negate getting the information on a Friday, because I
No, it
don't
doesn't.
think we should have to wait
No,
for a full
no, it
month.
doesn't.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what information
Okay.
we thought might come in
We gotta-
Friday, because staff, I'm not sure if staff knows.
I will point out that if we have a discussion and it's clear, this is the part that confused me about the last meeting when we called for consensus. If it's pretty clear that all the board's like, oh yeah, we should totally do that. We just gave Brian emergency powers. He won't have to wait for the regular meeting for us to take an action. He can just say, well, it's pretty clear to me the board wants to do this. I'm going to go ahead and do it and announce it on the next Friday. I think that's fine too. I think that's a fine way forward.
Can we vote on having a discussion item on with staff update, where at that meeting, staff will provide an update on things and in COVID-related things, and then, yes? Well, it says special or regular.
And I don't know what our schedule is for the upcoming month.
We have you were going to talk about this at J1. We have a suggested workshop, right? That's the,
But in terms of having meetings where we come here,
yeah.
are we also having one of those on the 9th? She's nodding her head.
No, she's not. She's virtual. Your head is you can't think. You can't think anymore. You can't think anymore. It's unaudited actuals is a compliance issue that I've heard about by September 15th.
I'm thinking of it. I'm trying to think if I would consider it a compliance issue when we find out what our real carryover is and our real ending balance.
Wait.
and-
That's a disparaging comment. Isn't it required to be approved
Oh, no,
by
it is
September
required.
15th?
Okay, so it's not an insignificant meeting. It's not
Yeah,
5 minutes.
It's a compliance.
It's
It's required by the county.
a half hour
Yeah.
to 45 minutes.
And what is anticipated is the workshop with CSBA, in virtual
Right.
after
So
that.
I guess the board can weigh in on whether 9/9 is a good date,
Yeah,
which
nine-
would be
do you have one
which
at-
would be
you-
a special meeting.
You want to
And
have this on 9/9?
is there another special meeting happening in the month? So we're not going to have a study session with
We
English
could-
learners
we
or
could-
anything?
Do you want to have it, do you understand her question? Do you want to have it on 9/9 with a compliance item and a workshop?
But I'm also asking, is there a 9/16 where we're
Yeah,
having a study
no,
session?
Or, I'm just getting to
Or-
that. I'm getting to
oh,
that.
sorry.
Or another meeting with that item, is what she said.
So what I would tell the board president, because he's the one that actually writes the agenda, the superintendent, is before the September regular meeting, we should get a Friday communique.
Okay.
And then if the board members feel like, ooh, no, we really need to talk about this on the 9th, thank you, because we're getting a Friday communique tomorrow,
Okay.
then we can say, yeah, we should
All right.
please put this as a discussion item on the 9th. And if you turn around and say, oh, but we're going to have a meeting on the 16th anyway because my conversations with the superintendent, then we can all just say,
Okay.
well, that's fine too. I don't mind giving the board president the soup.
So
Play it by
I'm hearing-
ear.
I'm hearing 9th or 16th.
And
Play it by ear is what I'm hearing.
yeah, I like that, but I'm also concerned about our special meetings, like our study sessions and whatnot, because the reason why we schedule the study sessions is because we know that we really need to focus
Yeah,
on that
they get
that
encroached.
one item.
They get
And-
encroached. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm concerned about that because
were-
sometimes sitting so long and
We were going to have
and
special
trying
ed,
to,
yeah.
to be so critical in our thinking and deliberations can wear on the mind
I know
24/7.
the study sessions get encroached. We were going to do special ed. And
Yeah, I'm really concerned about the quality, how that's
All
going
right.
to impact the quality
Are we
of the
okay?
study
Are we-
session.
Can we move forward on this? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'd rather have this as a topic and not wait for, again, a Friday communique is one-way communication, and it doesn't allow the opportunity for the public to weigh in. So that's what is upsetting people. Okay, so can there be, we need an opportunity.
Tina, I think you need
For
more,
them-
a little more information.
All right.
Okay.
So we take a vote on, right now, it's, you heard the characteristics, right, of this item, and then we were going to work out when it happens, right? Yeah. Okay? No, I'm waiting for a motion.
Move this item?
I'll explain what the item is, Dr. Bianco.
I'll second.
Did we have a motion and a second? Okay. All in favor?
Should it be moved with the stipulations that we're going to kind of take a gauge?
Well, yeah, want me to say all that again?
So,
Yeah, it's a discussion, it's a staff update, it's a discussion of,
No, about what Pat said, about how.
no, he's leaving it up to the board president and the,
Oh,
yeah.
and I concur on the timing. All right. So I move that the board agendize a staff update and discussion on testing and vaccination at an upcoming meeting during September, with the board president deciding the urgency and setting an appropriate date.
And he seconds that. Okay? Are we ready to vote on it?
we are.
Okay, all those in favor of that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll go ahead and vote in favor. 6. We have one opposed?
No.
One opposed, yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, so 6-1. All right. Do you want to take that vaunted break? So how about 7:15? We're going to reconvene. So the item is. Did you hear it? Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, I know, but we. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Brian said you were going to speak from the heart. I'm going to try to ask for. So let's go ahead and do that now before we launch into this. So would you all like to extend the meeting? It looks like it's 7:20, so I think we have to.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to.
So we have a 8. That's pretty ambitious.
Probably 8:30.
How about 8:30? Whoa, that's loud. How about 8:30? Because we can only extend it once per our protocol.
If we are going to set a very hard time limit, is there any
Well, there isn't an option between
Appetite.
extending. If you're going to extend it, you have to pick a time.
to do the
I see.
consent agenda first?
Yeah, I see item J as potentially expanding to fill all available time, so I would say I would also request.
Oh, sure,
that
yeah,
we
but that's another thing,
handle
right?
consent first.
Consent and then, sure, Jay? Is there any problem with that, Michelle? We're all like, okay. So 8:30, max? Drop, I don't want to say drop, you know what, but leave. At 8:30, okay. So we took care of that housekeeping. Let's go to the consent first, and then we'll come back, which is K, and then we'll go back to J. I don't think we have to vote on that. I don't think we voted on that before, but I don't know. I can't remember. All right, consent, polls, anybody?
Yeah, I got one.
Go ahead.
4A.
Okay, Linda Vista. Linda Vista?
Yep.
Okay. Other polls from the consent?
I'm going to pull 3B.
3B as in purchase orders.
Yes.
Pull, okay. I'm hearing 2 polls.
Seriously, that's it?
I'm not hearing other polls. I'm looking from the left to the right. And they're between. My old English is not very good.
I will
okay.
move approval of the remainder.
So I'm sure there's questions on the remainder. One is, I made a note, Judy's question about Frostig.
I was going to bring that up, but you.
So Pat is thank you, Pat. I'm removing, Pat is moving everything except 3B and 4A.
Correct.
Second.
Wow, you threw your voice over there. That was amazing. No, she went for the mic and then you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have questions? Can I, before I forget, can I start with 3G, Dr. Blanco? Do you remember Ms. McKinley's questions about this Frostig being on here and not on the consultants and whatever else?
That's actually Dr. Viegas.
What's it, Dr. Barnes' question? I'm just turning to the person in charge, and then she can. It's 3G, approval of contract for Frostig as part of equitable services provided for school year 2021-2022, Board Report 26B. We had a public question.
Normally, when it's a contract, it goes under business, so I don't know where it's been in the past, but that's.
But she asked about why is it on consultant contracts? Is that what she asked? Does anybody remember?
And I think the board report explains it because it's gone over the limit because with this one vendor, we have multiple contracts. And so it reached the limits through multiple contracts and ended up as a board report.
Ms. McKinley, can you say that again? Ms. Kinney?
So when with one single vendor, we reach the limit, it goes on a regular board report, even if the piece that's pushing it over the limit is smaller. I think that was referenced on the board report itself.
Fine with me.
And then I think she asked why was Gooden involved, and if I'm remembering correctly, this is a use of federal Title II funds where we are obligated to share them with schools that are serving qualifying students.
Even if the
So-
schools are.
Private schools. So we are using Title Is that came to us because of a student who is at a school, and then that school is getting services from Frostig. But the contract goes through us because this is how Title I and Title II work.
Is that okay, Dr. Blanco, Dr. Barnes, Dr. Villegas? I'm seeing head nodding over there.
Yes, I think you did a fine job, and usually they have some type of professional development at the private school for their teachers that is provided by Frosting.
That these funds go towards.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions on everything except 3B and 4A? I'm not hearing any other questions.
One quick question as a follow-up. Just on the CONAP, I believe the DLAC was meeting today to review the CONAP, and I just want to make sure I get a copy of the minutes.
2A,
Of
she's
their
asking
meeting.
about 2A. Go ahead, copy of the minutes from,
The DLAC meeting that happened today to review the CONAP that we're going to approve.
Yes.
for those new people, I don't know if we want to ask Ms. Kenny to explain CONAP or if you can do it in a short way.
We are applying to the state to receive federal funds, Title I, Title II, Title III.
And would you say this is an annual thing?
Yes. Consolidated application, and we call it the CONAP.
Yeah. Okay. Should we have a motion? Well, we already had a motion in a second. Should we have a vote on everything else on the consent calendar besides 3B and 4A? I'm seeing 7-0. Okay, let's go to 3B, I guess, numerically speaking.
So I pulled this because I'm going to vote no. I realize it's a very long list of purchase orders. This is related to supplemental and concentration LCFF funding that we receive to improve or increase services to unduplicated students, low-income students, foster youth, and English learners. And the item, it is purchase order 95375, and it's for our grandstands for our high school athletic fields for things like football and stuff. And I'm really not in favor of using these funds for that type of expense.
So is that the appropriate use of those funds then? I mean,
Boy, is that a long story.
oh, did I miss something?
No, but let me just say, it depends on who you ask.
Well, I'm asking Dr.
The
Barnes.
county, the Ms. Kenny, the state.
Other advocates?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Barnes.
I'm
Apparently,
asking Dr. Barnes.
okay.
Yeah, some of the athletic inadvertently put into S&C funds, and so we are taking those out. So you'll see in the first interim the adjustment of that to take out anything athletic related in the S&C funds. And so, although this went through, we'll go ahead and do an expense transfer to take it back to the general fund, unrestricted.
That's wonderful news. So there's nothing about athletics anymore, or if I went back and looked at the LCAP, there isn't anything about athletics in the LCAP for S&C funding.
Right now, we haven't, after first interim, no, there won't be. Everything will be removed.
Okay.
We're
Thank
getting
you.
a confirmation from Dr. Blanco even. Okay. So, Ms. Kenny, with that answer, you want to do anything or no?
I can move approval.
I'll second.
Boy, did you see that? I can move approval.
Communication.
Did I have a second over there? Okay, all in favor? We have unanimity. Let's talk about a place in my area, 4A, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, sort of bring the board's attention to this because it's effectively a 3-year lease. And we have, Linda Vista is one of the pieces of property that we have that we are talking about, wanting to have a consolidated plan. And we formed a task force to make decisions about, what we should do with our surplus property, which would certainly include Linda Vista. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody caught the duration on this and that the task force felt like this was an appropriate time frame for this lease agreement given the work that they're doing. So I guess that's a question for the folks on the facilities task force.
So, I think it's a tying our hands question, is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly.
What do we think, Chair over there of the facilities task force?
We'll be having our next meeting, I believe, the third week of September, and the recommendations for this site would be to leave this child care center there. So there are other recommendations as to what to do with the remaining property. So.
Okay. So do we have a I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
I have a question as
Go
well.
ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Kenny.
But to Pat's point, I don't see anything in the termination that lets us get out early. If they stopped using it as a pre-K, it would terminate. But my question, I asked about the $2 per square foot, which I know is going to accelerate. And I said, what is the market rate? And the answer from staff was, this is the PUSD market rate. And I guess maybe I just want to encourage the facilities task force as well. I don't know if we have a standard rate because I didn't take time to look at, what are we charging? Who's at the Wilson campus, that school?
They've moved out.
Renaissance.
Oh, they're not there anymore. Okay. Or, for instance, Stratford, or, I guess technically we have a long-term lease with Audubon. $2 seems really, really low, and I know we often want to use our property, extremely wisely and make as much revenue, or maximize the revenue, I should say, from it. So I just want to encourage us to, when we're doing that planning, to really be thinking about, are we making the properties work for us? And I get that they're not getting a building. They're just getting, I think, empty space. So maybe the answer is for empty space. This is a market rate, not just for PUSD, but for outside. But just want to encourage that. And I am interested to hear what the task force, and I can't say that much because the finance task force hasn't met. So I'm certainly not going to say anything about the facilities task force not meeting. Yes, we've all been a little busy.
We can certainly amend the agreement to add the 60-day notice or something, at the end of each year.
I would appreciate that.
That would
That would give us the flexibility that we need.
That would change my vote from no to yes. So if staff's willing to
All
do
right,
that,
so
then
we would need a motion with an amendment. What did you just say? Somebody say the amendment again?
To give the district the right to get out of the contract at the end of each year.
With a 60-day notice.
60-day notice. I will move approval with that amended language.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor of this lovely plot of land up there? Okay. All right, I think that's the consent calendar, I believe. So we're going to go back to item J, I wanted to ask the board for their wisdom on the structure of this. Miss Bailey will go first, but I was thinking that if a board member wanted to comment, they would comment once, and that there wouldn't be back and forth. This was just my thoughts. And that after Miss Bailey, we could just start over there and just go around and end up over there. Does that sound okay? Start with Miss Bailey, then go over there, and then end over here with Miss Fredericks last. Miss Fredericks, go ahead.
So the agenda is, according to our protocols, superintendent and the president adds items to it.
Yes.
So you would know what it means.
Yes, I know what, right.
So what is,
Well,
hard to
right
tell
now,
what it is.
Right now, it means this, review of Code of Ethics and Protocol 8, but you will hear
Okay,
from
we're
the
reviewing
bringer
policy.
of the item, you will hear what it is.
okay,
Yeah. But I was just asking about the order and the structure.
right.
Yeah, to go from her over there, right? And end with Ms. Fredericks? And we won't go any back and forth. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I actually asked for a review of our code of ethics and our bylaws regarding how board members should relate to one another and also to the community. And I'm not going to go into my deep commentary. I'm going to read the certain parts of the code of ethics that I think speak to what has just been experienced by myself and other members on the board. And so I just think that the board needs to be reminded every now and again about certain bylaws and certain protocols so that we can move forward doing things in order and, giving each other the utmost respect as colleagues on the board, both here in public meeting and when we're out in the community. And so I want to start with the Code of Ethics, and it's Board Bylaw 9271. And it starts with the school board members' creed. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I will read that the governing board recognizes the privileges and responsibilities involved in serving the community. The members believe their primary function is to adopt policies that will conserve and advance public education, remembering always that the schools belong to the people. Board responsibilities to community, understanding that the basic function of the school board member is policy making and not administrative, and by accepting the responsibility of learning to intelligently discriminate between these two functions. Refusing to play politics in either the traditional, partisan, or in any petty sense. Accepting the responsibility of becoming well-informed concerning the duties of board members and the proper functions of public schools. Refusing to use the position of board member in any way whatsoever for personal gain or for personal prestige. Winning the community's confidence that all is being done in the best interest of school children. Board relationship with other members, recognizing the integrity of his or her predecessors and associates and the merit of their work. Respecting the opinions of others and by graciously conforming to the principle of majority rules. Breaches of the Code of Ethics or other board policy. So the background and purpose. The governing board of the Pasadena Unified School District has a strong commitment to ethics. The public expects and must receive the highest standards of ethics from all of those in public service. In order to be able to enforce conformance to its ethical policies, the governing board must have a procedure by which it can censure its own members for violation of its policies or bylaws of the governing board. This policy and procedure is intended to provide the mechanism by which the governing board, acting as a whole, can discipline and punish any of its members who violate state or federal laws applicable to the district or for violation of the board policies or bylaws of the governing board. The policy, it is the policy of the governing board that all of its members shall abide by federal and state law that are applicable to members of the governing board, as well as the board policies or bylaws. Violation of such laws, policies, or bylaws tend to injure the good name of the district and undermine the effectiveness of the governing board as a whole. Such conduct is deemed to be a dereliction of duty. Okay. Censure is a formal resolution of the governing board officially reprimanding one of its members. Censure is an appropriate punitive measure when the violation of law or policy is deemed by the governing board to be a serious offense. In order to protect the overriding principle of freedom of speech, the governing board shall not impose censure on any of its members for the content of First Amendment expression, but may censure a member for the manner in which that expression is uttered. A decision to censure requires the adoption of a resolution making findings with regard to the specific charges based on substantial evidence and approved by a 2/3 vote of the governing board. The member of the governing board whose actions are the subject of the resolution shall be entitled to vote on the matter. As an alternative to public censure, a written warning or written reprimand may be adopted in the same manner as public censure except by majority vote of the governing board. Board Protocol Number 8, board role, it addresses the board members' role in public. And the principle, board members understand the importance and value of being visible and accessible to the community. Board members have been elected by the community to provide leadership and citizen oversight of the district. The board shall ensure that the district is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. Board members represent the board in what they say and do, and will set an example of professionalism. Published opinion pieces by board members about the board and PUSD and authored by board members are public acts. The agreement, the protocol agreement, board members will strive to educate the public about their role as public servants entrusted with the education of all the children in the district. Board members will make visible their dedication and commitment to public education. They will strive to actively engage community members in discussions around critical public education matters in the district. When speaking to community groups, the media, or other members of the public, individual board members should recognize that their statements may be perceived as reflecting the views and positions of the board. Board members have a responsibility to identify personal viewpoints as such and not as the viewpoint of the board. Confidentiality will be maintained in communication with members of the public regarding matters prescribed as confidential by state law and board bylaws. Board members wishing to publish opinion pieces should do so with the explicit byline, X is a member of the PUSD Board of Education, but is speaking solely as an individual of the board. Opinion pieces will be shared with the superintendent prior to publication so that staff may have an opportunity to suggest edits and clarifications. Opinion pieces will be shared with the board president prior to publication. Multiple members of the board will only collaborate on opinion pieces if directed by the full board at a board meeting. Board members will refrain from attributing particular intentions to other members of the board. And out in there, I guess you want to start with the comments? Okay.
That's good for you?
Well, I'm going to, as we
We
go
come back around. Okay.
Mhm.
So that was the presentation. Now we have.
All right, I have yet another written comment here. All right. This was a difficult one. This runs about 4 minutes, so prep yourself. As a new board member, I have to remind the board that in the California Schools Board Association Masters in Governance training that many of us took, one of the main topics was for new board members to understand the shift from the I to the we. During the campaign, we are an I. I'll do this, I'll do that. Once elected, we shift to we. I made the shift to we. Starting on around August 9th through the last few days, there have been actions taken that have damaged the coherence of the PUSD school board. And to remind the board about our role as school board members, I'd like to take some time here to reiterate our roles and why we are on the school board. And it starts with good governance. It starts with we. We are each 1/7 of this board, but if we behave publicly as an individual with an agenda to call out certain board members, this damages the cohesiveness of the board, and this damage has happened to this board. Not only were several board members called out publicly this month, but so was the superintendent. It is true that the superintendent is the board's sole employee, but there's another part to this relationship. The superintendent and the board work together. A school board is unique. When trustees work together as they are supposed to, when we adhere to our protocols, when we create the necessary moral imperative that guides us, we are doing the job that a school board is supposed to do. That's when we become a high-functioning board that elevates student achievement. That is a moral imperative, helping children. When decisions are made as a board, a high-functioning board as a whole accepts the decision and moves forward to the work ahead. A low-functioning board does the opposite. They stop moving forward. As board members, we don't tear down board members publicly. We don't paint targets on them, and we don't, as individuals, call press conferences during another board member's meet and greet, which was designed to be an event for parents to talk with our new principals and to kick off new programs for our schools. To do so is to work aggressively with an agenda to break a school board. It's my opinion that trust was broken this month, and the damage puts us on a trajectory to being low functioning. That will hurt students. We have work to do to repair the damage done, and I'll remind the board that in a district where 45% of the children do not attend PUSD because they are in private schools, charters, out of district, or are homeschooled, then we have important work to do. That number is the highest disparity in our nation. And in a great school district such as ours, this disparity is a problem that needs to be solved. Personal political theatrics are not only distracting to the work of the board, they are dangerous because they plunge us into a place where the board can't function. I hope I can turn my back on the events of this month and look ahead. We should do everything in our power to never let this happen again. PUSD is a successful district. It's a public institution that deserves our respect. PUSD students are important people. PUSD is a great district that deserves a high-functioning school board. Thank you.
We'll go to the next trustee. Cahalan? Yeah, we're just going to go around and end up team.
Okay. I've been on this board since 2015, and there's been a number of times I've been at the minority end of a majority decision. I understand and agree with the CSBA principle that this is the proper battleground when it comes to ideological or non-ideological discussions about what this board should be focusing on. We should be doing that here. I've had the personal experience of being torn where you're out in the public and people are asking you, well, what about this decision that the board made? And I've been as honest as I can be about, the decisions that were made. And, when queried, I have said whether or not I agreed with that decision or not. But that's an ongoing balancing act, I think, that every board member has to make. And so that's one reason why, although I agree with the CSBA principle that once the decision's made, you have to get behind it. My interpretation of that is once the decision's been made, you don't let that impact the decisions you have to make in the future. So if you lose a vote, it's fine to be disgruntled about it, but you can't let that impact your vote on the next issue, or the issue after that, or the issue after that, or the issue after that. And I think it would be a disservice to the public, and I don't think it's accurate either, to always trumpet all of the decisions we make. I just think you need to be very cautious about how you phrase and present facts to the public, and you should do that only on a real factual basis. So there have been times when people have said, well, why did Kim vote no on this? And my answer is, I can tell you what she said in the board meeting, but I'm, aside from that, that's all I can say. I don't know if she had other reasons that she didn't get a chance to mention. I don't know. I can only tell you what she said in the board meeting. The best thing to do is actually don't ask me, just go watch the meeting. And that's what I generally encourage the public to do. Not ask me for my opinions on other board members. So, I recognize that people have been uncomfortable with what happened in the last few weeks. This is not our first, or at least it's not, I'm sure Scott's been on this rodeo more than once. The school closure conversations were also difficult. And I think the right way forward is to remember that we have to make the decisions here. And that also means, for people who are undecided on something, you have to say, I'm undecided. Like, I don't know. That the public needs to hear that too. And I don't think that's a bad statement to make. If you disagree with me on something and you think, well, no, staff recommended this and I think staff's right in this position, you should feel comfortable saying that. And it shouldn't be construed as an attack for someone to say that that's what your position was. We are a board, so we don't have to all individually agree with all of the decisions we make. The one thing that's always made me reluctant about the CSBA recommendations is that it seems like we all need to then just sugarcoat every decision we make, but I don't think that's what the public wants at all. The public would prefer that we have difficult conversations and disagree with each other because we represent different perspectives. And they want those perspectives to be heard, whether or not they're, like, as Tina pointed out earlier, a lot of times people want they want to feel heard whether or not the end result is what they agree with or not. So I have danced on both sides of this particular problem before. I've seen the board dance on this several times since I've been following it, and I think the thing that gets boards through it is when we focus on the agenda, we craft the agenda to be responsive to what the public is saying, even if it's questions that we might find uncomfortable, and we let each individual board member speak for themselves, and that they shouldn't speak for other people.
So this is my 4th year on this board, and roundabout maybe my 2nd year, 2nd or 3rd, I'm sure it was early on, I felt like I had observed enough to question the board, and I did question the board, on exactly what style of leadership we wanted to promote. What type of leaders did we want to be? Do we want to be leaders who, keep the community, up in arms and angry at us? Or do we want to be leaders who promote calm and focus on the issues at hand and stay connected to the community? And then I set out to lead by example, because I know that I want what type of leader I want to be. I believe that PUSD is an educational institution, and part of my role as a board member, and according to these bylaws, is to educate the community. We've got to educate the community. If we leave here with doubt and we project that on the community, there is a problem. We have got to talk to one another, and we have got to work together. Not once was I asked any question from anybody about all of the text messages and phone calls that I received. Not once from one board member. And so if we don't talk to one another, this type of thing is going to continue. And I work really hard. I love this community. I love this school district. And I don't appreciate having that perception of my ability to sit here and make decisions and deliberate on behalf of the students in this district and the families, their families. Just treat it as if, it just doesn't matter. I'm nothing. I'm dragged through the mud. And that was kind of the feeling that I got. It was, where's the respect? Where's the credit for the work that I've been doing all my life in this community, let alone the 4 years that I've been on this board? We just cannot do that. I wouldn't even allow that to happen to either one of us up here. I wouldn't. I'm like, Pat, you can't answer for someone else. You can't tell someone else's story. You have to let them tell their stories. And this is for real here. People are watching us. We are considered leaders. So the power is in us working together and communicating with each other. That's where the power is. So, I just felt compelled to read the bylaw and read the protocol, because at some point we have to start thinking about the consequences that could occur from our actions, each one of us. We have to familiarize ourselves with our bylaws and with our protocols so that we know how to move. And I can't tell you how many times I've been on the minority side of voting, and I just sit back and I say, okay, because what else can you do? And when I'm out there, people say, well, the board voted on this, and I can't say, well, I didn't vote. I tried that. That doesn't work, because I am now part of this body.
Yeah, they generally don't care.
So the board, whatever we do, it's the board, whether you're on the minority or the majority. And so, but again, I want to ask this board, what type of leaders do we want to be? We spent a good amount of hours with Brian Berry. We started in the winter, went into the spring, working really hard on amending our protocols, working on our work year plan, goals, everything. We came together like a family, like a unit, and it felt good. And I just knew we were ready to just go out and just really be productive this year. And my heart is just broke. My heart is broke by what I experienced this past week. And so, let's just, if we can, it's really hard because, like Jennifer said, the trust has been broken. I'm afraid to say something, or I'm nervous to have a conversation that's not public, with this board. I want everything, to be out there so that there's no question so that nobody from the community has to question what side of an issue I'm on because what they think they heard someone else say or because of what someone else said. You know, I want to be the one, come to me to tell you what side of the issue I'm on. And so, you know, I'm hoping too that I can put this behind me because right now I'm truly struggling with it. And I usually don't struggle with stuff like that. I usually just make the decision and, you know, but I'm really struggling with this because this went really far to me. And so, but I'm hoping that we can get to the point where we can communicate with each other so that we can move forward. We don't always have to agree. We're not always going to be on the winning side of the vote, but we have to learn how to be okay with that and move on. And if we need to come back to it, we come back to it. You know, give it a few months, come back to it. But we've got to stay stay positive and productive for the kids. Our kids are picking this up as well. They're reading the papers. They're hearing their parents' conversations. You know, they're asking the questions. And they're probably forming the same opinions about this board that others have formed that are not positive. And that's bad. Because that's not who we are. That's not who this district is. But that's what's projected out there. And for some reason, it's easier for people to see the negative than it is for them to see the positive. That's how come we have to work extra hard to promote the positive so that they see that. So right now, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dr. Pomeroy.
An idea that has always interested me is that the whole can be greater than the sum of the parts, which is, of course, mathematically impossible, but in human terms, it's definitely possible. And I think a school board can be an example of a whole that is greater than the sum of the parts. We have each brought to this board some professional background, different capacities. Most of us have been parents in the district where we are now. We're very devoted to the students and to our work as board members. But how can we achieve this ideal of being greater than the sum of the parts? I think we do it by keeping in close touch with each other, forging a sense of being a team. As we said in the discussion with Brian Barry, talking to each other, finding ways to work together. Some of us worked on the vision. Some of us have worked on uses of campuses that are now available for reuse. So I just hope that we can emphasize the things that unite us as two individuals or three or as all of us, and move away from that sense of a solo activity that in the end does pull us apart. The more we can stay with the sense of team and the team of 8, which includes our superintendent, we need to continuously think of ways to forge this teamwork. It has served us well in the past. That's what we should aim for.
Thank you, Dr. Pomeroy. Yeah, I would just re-emphasize a couple of the passages that Michelle read from. So I don't feel that the integrity of myself and the merit of my work was recognized by Ms. Frederick's actions. I don't feel that at all.
Point of order. My name is not part of the agenda.
Doesn't matter.
Keep it.
Doesn't matter.
Keep it with the agenda.
Doesn't matter.
I don't see my name there.
It doesn't matter.
We were going to talk about code of ethics.
So
keep with Protocol 8.
I don't believe, as I've said, I don't believe that my integrity was respected by her actions.
The Brown Act says that a
I don't believe
description
that
of the agenda item is as stated.
does not limit what you can say. Sorry.
Well,
It does
talk
not.
about code of ethics.
It does not limit what I can say about the code of ethics.
I would like to know ahead of time if I would be the topic of conversation.
It's pretty obvious.
How about I propose a code of ethics, but not say
Ms.
what I'm going to
Fredericks,
talk
if
about?
you allow me to finish, you'll have your turn.
If you would
So
stick with the Brown Act.
I am sticking with there's no violation of the Brown Act. So I don't feel that my integrity was respected. I don't feel that the board members will refrain from attributing particular intentions to other members of the board. I don't think that was honored at all. And so that's my objection is the organizing of attacks on individual board members I don't think is in keeping with the code of ethics and the protocols. So, Ms. Kenny, that's all I'll say.
I believe it's very important that the board earn the respect and the trust of our community. And I think that one of the ways we do that is by following our policies and our protocols and holding ourselves accountable when we do not follow them. And the policy that's here on this agenda item, spells out the way for us to show that accountability via the censure or written warning process. So I encourage us to follow the process when it's appropriate so that we can demonstrate to ourselves and the community that we take our responsibilities seriously. I'm not sure if there is something that if there is future action that people are thinking about. It wasn't clear from this evening. One of the goals we set for ourselves as a board this year was to work on building trust among board members. And we came up with concrete ideas on how to achieve that by working with our relationships with each others. And so I think it's extremely important to keep lines of communication open when times are good and when times are bad. I encourage us to continue working on our relationships with each other so that we can successfully serve our community. And I do think there have been some breakdowns in communication, and I hope that people can continue to reach out to each other and move forward. We've had breakdowns, I think, in the past between different people on the board. Sometimes the best you can hope for is to be one here and not have as many interactions in the outside world. Sometimes, that is the best we can hope for, but I hope we can do more than that. But I do think people have to talk to each other. If people have concerns or feel that I have done something, I appreciate when I am called and people talk to me. And I try and do the same to other people, I'm not a confrontation goer after. I try and avoid confrontation. So I sometimes fall prey to talking to other people about other people as opposed to talking to the person themselves. But I recognize that it's important for us to talk to each other when there are issues and not let them build up and to get that firsthand. Well, this is what I meant, or I had no idea that you misunderstood me that way or took something I said in a way that I didn't intend. And so I just, again, encourage us to really keep talking to each other. And maybe for a while we we went a very long time with a very stable board because we skipped an election cycle, or we moved it by maybe 18 months, a little bit more. So, and I know that when I came on as a new board member, there wasn't a formal mentoring. I'll just say that. And I was the only new board member when I came on, so there's a lot of continuity when that happens. But I think we have to recognize that it is a very different role, and it's one that takes time to grow into. And I was just saying to someone today, we talked a lot about grace last year and having grace with people last year. And this year's just as crazy, but I feel like somehow we used all the grace up and we're not talking about it anymore. So maybe we know that the staff, as I was surprised when someone said this is a worse year than last year, because I didn't think there was such a thing. But this year has its own problems. And so I think we all have to realize that there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of emotions on the parts of the parents, on the parts of staff, and they're directing a lot of it at us, and we may have our own and we're directing it back. And somewhere in there, we just have to all keep talking to each other and remembering that these are not normal times and we need to get through it.
Okay, Ms. Fredericks? Thank you, Ms. Kenny.
I do appreciate fellow board members speaking very honestly and nicely. Let's just admit this is not the first time, and not pleasant. And I'm a little torn between moving forward, smoothing things out, and the first time this happened, I actually didn't say anything because I genuinely thought I'd made a mistake, and I told the world that. Unfortunately, Dr. McDonald was very nice about it. So, and actually, when I spoke to him on Zoom in person for the first time, one-on-one, not in person, in Zoom, one-on-one, after that, the best advice was, Ms. Fredericks, why didn't you just pick up the phone? And I didn't think to pick up the phone because I didn't have a relationship with him. Because I was new. I didn't know that was a thing. That was just emails. Okay, Brown Act, don't put more than, 3 people on there. That's it. That was my interaction with Dr. McDonald. And since then, it's been great. So it is about a relationship, and it is about building it and building the trust. And one of the reasons I didn't say anything before was I didn't want people to think I didn't accept my mistake. So I appreciate this opportunity to review the Code of Ethics and Protocol 8. I understand the trust, the value of trust. I do believe that our job is to represent the public. And it just so happens I have a very personal connection to a particular group of our stakeholders. And that is 9,805 of them have children under 12, and that's who I am. And I understand the kind of like the, don't be a sore loser, you lost. Just accept it, move on. This is a pandemic. I mean, I've been part of votes through whatever 8 months I've been doing this. But both times that this happened, it was a life and death situation in my mind. Because it is. It is life and death for my daughter. And it has a timeline. So August 5th, I thought, oh, we're really going to hash out these questions and, really ensure the safety of these kids. But half of the staff wasn't here. And, I prepared, and we didn't talk about it thoroughly. So, I don't want to not highlight the exceptionalism of that situation, because when you add a pandemic plus a timeline, that's 7 days, that's a very unique situation. So I do want to build trust, but the stakes were so high, and it's not like I went from August 5th to, whatever, like crazy person. I actually sent an email to Dr. McDonald and Scott, Board President Phelps, asking for a meeting, because 7 days later, the doors are going to open, and all my daughter has is a mask. That's all I can control. Does she have the best mask? Does it seal around her face? Because I don't want her to stay home and go crazy either. So I did not get a response. So by Brown Act, I can reach out to 2 other people, and I did. So when you say work together, I did. Within the Brown Act, I worked together. And when you say, people have been uncomfortable, I've been really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable sending my daughter to school with questions, with uncertainties. Remember, there was a time where we didn't have vaccines and we thought, oh, is it going to be a year or 2 years? And then we got it, and then I was like, oh my God, I'm glad I'm part of the school district. I can get it early. And I felt like Superwoman after I got it. So you just got to think back that uncertain time when you didn't get vaccinated or you didn't know when that vaccine was coming. That's my girl. That's where she is right now. And that's where a lot of families are. And now we put them in a beaker and stirred them up into our buildings. So, I'm not new to the community. I'm not new to working with people. You have to understand that I'm not alone. And some of you are on Facebook and you hear it, but I feel it. I hear it and I feel it. So I would love to make decisions together, but you know what? We're a public body. We're governed by the Brown Act, so we got to have a meeting to do things together. And so again, because there was a timeline, that meeting was so critical. And what I noticed is that there's a lot of good people, okay? We all get it. We all get, like, COVID. But the urgency level is different from me to somebody else. They're not bad. You know, they get it. But they're just not, they don't, it's not as critical for them. So it's not about being a good loser or whatever. At that point, it's just like, how do I take care of these kids? So when people say it's all about the kids, yes, it's all about the kids. That's what I've been, literally, I cannot sleep. Every day I wake up, I'm like, what can I do differently? How can I help these kids? But I can't do anything because we're a body. We have to do it together. So when you have meetings that are weeks away, that doesn't gel with the COVID emergency. The emergency is every day. So, I would like to, again, I'm struggling with these two kind of personalities of just getting to the day and then just being a team player. I'd really like to merge those two. And so, yeah, I thank you for this opportunity to evaluate these protocols and this code of ethics. Code of ethics is just, be a good person. Yeah, I get it. Now, protocol 8, I have to say that there's some things that are problematic in there. But my First Amendment right of freedom of speech actually protects me from expressing my individual opinion and ideas, which includes published articles and the press conference. So actually, Protocol 8 is a violation of my constitutional right of freedom of expression. So we need to look at that. If we are a body that oversees this district, why do I need the district to review my opinion? That is censorship. Freedom of speech is a fundamental to a democratic society, and especially for one of the most democratic American institutions, our public schools. Is this what we want to model to our children? If you are a lone voice, you must conform to the majority? We wouldn't have women's right to vote. We wouldn't have the civil rights movement if people didn't challenge the status quo. We should really look at item F and G, where we have the superintendent and the board president review our opinions that are published publicly. So again, I
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
would like to build trust, but I like to build it within the medium of our meetings. Because that's the only way we operate. That's the only way we do any action as a board. So yes, I'm ready to work with you. But if you want to put off some topics that is the very at the top of people's minds today, and we're going to say maybe, I don't know. Do we think children are important? Do we think our families are important? Show it with a meeting.
Okay, Ms. Fredericks, if you could find the email and you sent to me asking for a meeting and re-forward that, I would appreciate it. And then we have now public comments that are left over. Go ahead.
Sorry,
We were just going to comment each once on this.
right, and I asked a question about the board training, which was related to this, but I can ask it at the end of the meeting at board request.
No, that's okay. We're going to run out. We only have 6 minutes left. So you saw my response, right? That it was just, we're struggling and we need help, so.
I understand, and I guess my initial reaction when I got the email was, shouldn't we, the board, talk about
Absolutely.
what our next step should be? And so I didn't really respond and say, yes, I'm free, because I didn't know what that professional development was. So it was hard to say, yes, that seems like it's appropriate, but I thought we should all talk about it. Again, I don't know exactly what it is. I only know what I was able to find on the internet, but it looks like we would be redoing what we already spent many hours doing. And I'm not sure I feel that's productive use of four more hours, because we spent a really long time working on our protocols. But I thought it was important that we talk about it as a group rather than just schedule it. I'm worried that we're not talking about academic topics, because I know that the pandemic takes a lot of time. And so again, I'm concerned. I think we're having a retreat in October, and I'm not sure what the way is forward. And I'm not sure. I want to make sure everyone's ready to come together and have conversations. And so I'm just I'm kind of questioning, is this the right method to have that 4-hour training? But again, I don't feel like I have enough information. So it feels like it's already moving forward, but I was hoping it wasn't going to move forward till we talked about it.
Well, we have 5 minutes left. We have public comments that are left over, right? And an adjournment in honor of a fallen staff member. But I guess you could say in 10 seconds whether you want to have the training or not. 10 seconds. Yeah, just go around. No, just go around real fast.
We're going around the room?
Yeah.
Yes, we need the training.
Okay.
We have more work to do. It wasn't enough.
Pat?
I'll just say yes.
Yes. Show?
I'll say yes. I haven't read the email yet. I have 2 minutes.
Okay. So Elizabeth, I know is in favor. I'm in favor. Kim? Not, you want more information?
Again, I don't want to do the same thing we've already done, because if I don't know
well, I
why
don't
we
think-
would get the different result.
I don't
But
think Brian Berry and a CSBA facilitator are remotely
well, I encourage
comparable.
people to read the
Yeah.
flyer that says what the content is, because it's norms and protocols and setting our vision, and that was my question, Michelle. So
I can speak to this because I am fully on board with this. We need help from CSBA on this. And we need to learn how to function as a board. That's what this is. This isn't a group of individuals. Yes, sometimes we vote individually, but we function together. We're not doing it. And we need this work. I am fully behind this. I know we did work with Brian Berry. That was great. But now we're moving onward to CSBA. And we're going to keep working on this until we get it right. That's my opinion.
I guess I'm just thinking maybe it needs to be customized a little bit to our
I
needs
think it
right
needs
now.
to be.
But
It needs to be progressive. We don't need to be doing anything
Oh,
back that we've already done.
She's, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you'll.
you can communicate to us
Oh, yeah.
a little bit more
And so can she.
what we're going to do and how.
I
it's gonna
imagine
happen.
she will ask you.
She being this facilitator.
Yeah, that they met in.
So part of this is going to be contacting
Yeah.
us individually.
Sure.
No, I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, all the, CSBA does. Yeah. That's what Deb did, and, yeah, Deb did that.
She definitely did it. It's her board evaluation. So
Yeah.
you think it'll be that type of
Yeah.
thing? All right. So again, just wanted some more information before we all signed up.
Okay.
Can we look at what our responsibilities are and how it fits in with our schedule? We are displacing something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not aware, but I can certainly check that. I'm not aware if we're displacing. I mean, we still have other dates in September. Yeah. There wasn't anything scheduled, that's why these dates were were picked. I'll answer it that way. There wasn't anything scheduled. Okay, so we do have some quick unagendized public comment. Can you
Yes.
read that real fast?
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Lee, the founder and CEO of Project Talent Lounge, or PTL for short. We're a 501c3 founded in the San Gabriel Valley. Our mission is to partner with businesses and community organizations to create internship opportunities for all high school students. I'm here today to invite the Pasadena Unified School District Board of Education to our PTL Awards ceremony, where we will provide scholarships to our 9 PTL scholars, 3 of which are from Marshall Fundamental Secondary School. As a fully student-run and founded organization, we understand the importance of internships, considering internships are a gateway to many professions. Improving access to high school internships will promote economic equality. However, high school internships are rare, and having access to them is even rarer. Project Talent Lounge is a movement dedicated to providing meaningful internships for all high school students. I would like to publicly thank Marketing and Public Relations Representative Valita Keeling and our sponsors located in Pasadena, Councilmember Felicia Williams and District 2 Liaison Darla Dyson, Chief Financial CEO Ken Lyon, and Business Development Manager Tracy Lee, Virtualytics CEO Michael Amory, HR Generalist Leslie Ponce, and QA Head Kamal Wazir, Arroyos and Foothills Conservancy Program and Land Administrator Tim Martinez, Al West Broker Mike Dostalek, and Clark Living Steve Clark, and Signwin Clark. And of course, I would like to thank our 3 Marshall Fundamental seniors, Ryan Martinez, Sabrina Segura, and Devin Kelly. I will follow up with more details of the event and a formal invitation later this week. My hope is for PTL to partner with Pasadena Unified this year and recruit more students to our upcoming programs. To the public, I would appreciate it if anyone could check us out at P Talent Launch on Instagram or Twitter. And then he lists the website and his GoFundMe account. And if you want to help support the next generation of talent, he's asking you to go visit the GoFundMe.com.ptalentlaunch. Okay. Non-agendized items from Christina Muras-Zuski, San Rafael Elementary. I'm so sorry, Christina. Anna Eisenberg, Pasadena High School. Jenny Cho Simple, Altadena Arts Magnet Elementary. Susanna Covarrubias, San Rafael Elementary. Joanna Nagata, San Rafael Elementary. Yeah.
We're running, if you could summarize. We're
Just
in the last minute.
read the names.
Well, what are they saying? Just summarize what they're saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So Laura, Meredith, Nicole, Liz, Cindy, Stephanie, Elisa, Claudine, Maritza, Amanda, Neftali, Roxanne, Claire, Gladys, Joan, Jessica, Jennifer, Peter, Anu, Anna, and Jessica Comfort. It looks like they're all from
And they're all asking for what?
one of our elementary schools. Dear school board members, as parents or guardians of students in multiple Pasadena Unified Schools, we are requesting additional protocols to keep our children safe and minimize disruption of in-person learning this fall. Per the Pasadena Public Health Department Schools K-12 reopening protocols, layers of risk mitigation, a few items must be addressed to ensure compliance district-wide. Physical distancing and crowd reduction. Increase physical distance during school meals when students will be unmasked. Critical need, designate temporary space for outdoor dining so that meals can be scheduled outdoors for all students every day, weather permitting. Potential need, provide shade/rain structures to each school for temporary dining space. Consider repurposing 2020-2021 Learns Outdoor Learning Pod tents as additional outdoor dining areas. Stable groups are strongly recommended. Critical need, require multi-classroom assemblies to be held outdoors with sufficient distance between each student or hosted virtually. Potential need, designate monitors at lunch to ensure proper distancing and at recess to ensure proper masking. If budgets are too restrictive, consider allowing vaccinated volunteer monitors. Wearing masks. provide information to staff, parents, and students recommending double masking or more protective mask options, and ensure that any mask provides adequate coverage of nose and mouth. Critical need, provide parent/guardian education on proper mask type and fit with video demonstrations. Potential need, supply 3-layer plus disposable mask at school gates for students to easily swap out single-layer cloth masks. Maximizing ventilation, implementing measures to promote optimal ventilation in the school is strongly recommended. Move classroom learning, meals, and activities to outdoor spaces whenever feasible. Critical need, designate temporary space for outdoor dining and activities. Potential need, provide temporary shade structures to facilitate outdoor learning. Verify the school HVAC system is in good working order. Critical need, communicate any facility HVAC issues that inhibit required ventilation rates for each classroom and the timeline for repairs. Potential need, post any classroom occupancy restrictions to meet the ventilation rate required by ANSI ASHRAE Standard 62.1-2019, ventilation for acceptable indoor air quality. PPHD's COVID-19 Exposure Management Plan Guidance in TK-12 schools recommends general notification to inform the wider school community of the school exposure and precautions taken to prevent spread. However, the PUSD Exposure Management Plan does not include a time frame for school-wide notices of positive cases on campus. Parents and guardians need timely notification to make the best decisions for their children. Teachers and staff are working tirelessly to adapt to each new challenge. We have first addressed these concerns within our school community. We are now looking to our elected officials to address our concerns with an emphasis on both immediate and longer-term solutions to meet the needs of every student in our district.
Is that it?
Was that?
Is that it, Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
So
No, it's not it. I have from Tina Cardos. And then I have another one after that, 2.
Are they similar in content? Requests for,
It looks like one of them should have gone on the safety, on the other one. Mandatory vaccine and testing. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Let me read it. Tina Cardos, parent of 2 kids, 1 elementary and 1 middle school, but only 11 years old. Safety plan, mandatory vaccine and testing. Mandatory vaccination and testing is an active way of keeping everyone safe and catch any cases early. I want my kids to feel safe and stay in school this year. Testing, make it mandatory. Parents should need to opt out, not opt in. The safety of my child should not depend on other parents. Currently more rigorous to acknowledge that there's pesticide being sprayed occasionally on school ground. A negative test should be a requirement to enter school ground. Testing protocol for 11-year-olds at middle school, unclear parent here. Staff accounted for close to 30% of reported cases last week. Staff smaller proportion of the total people at school sites, yet counts for almost a third. All staff need to be vaccinated and tested like any other workplace. Vaccination make it mandatory. Vaccinated people should not have to carry the willy-nilly choice of unvaccinated. The under 12 that cannot get vaccinated are the ones that needs to be carried and protected by as many vaccinated as possible. The FDA has approved Pfizer, so no reason to hold back for staff and kids plus 12 years old. No exception, the Pope and head of Baptists are saying get vaccinated. Ventilation status, more formal updates with timelines for work that needs to be done. Nothing since March or April. Oh, question, that's a question. I am counting on your supporting a more thorough safety plan with testing and vaccination plan. Let's show the world how to be a leader, aim a crisis situation, and let's work together as a community to get on the other side. I'm sorry, I have something in my throat. From Christina Ibarra. My daughter is a 2nd grader at San Rafael this year, and she cannot be vaccinated. Even though she is healthy, she is worried that she is going to get her grandmother sick with COVID simply by going to school. There is something you can do here. I am urging you to mandate vaccines for all PUSD teachers and staff. Also, our PUSD students, especially elementary students, need outdoor learning spaces to minimize their exposure risk. Let's please act quickly here. Every day counts. We are living through extraordinary times, and we need this school board to rise up to the challenges of this health crisis. I urge you to mandate vaccines. Thank you for your attention and work in these difficult times. From Michael Eaton. I would like to formally raise significant concerns medically, morally, ethically, and legally of current mask mandates and the impending COVID-19 vaccine mandates. I am urging you to immediately and permanently make mask and COVID-19 vaccines voluntary for all persons in or on PUSD properties, both indoors and outdoors, regardless of vaccination status, which must remain confidential like all other health information. It is astonishing that PUSD is even considering, much less implementing, compulsory COVID-19 vaccine requirements. The safety and efficacy of the vaccine is unknown, but there is disturbing data, to say the least, that points to the significant legal, ethical, and moral implications for those insisting that vaccine mandates are appropriate at this time, especially for teenagers who are at a very low risk of complications and death from the virus itself. All COVID-19 vaccines, as well as masks, are still under emergency use authorization, despite nefarious gaslighting by the FDA this week, which means that all subjects of these medical experiments, including all school children, must be informed of their right to refuse. The fundamental right to avoid the imposition of human medical experimentation, rooted in the Nuremberg Code of 1947, which was also ratified by the 1964 Declaration of Helsinki and further codified in the United States Code of Federal Regulations, is inherent in the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights also. In addition to the United States regarding itself as bound by these provisions, these principles were adopted by the FDA in its regulations requiring the informed consent of human subjects for medical research. It is unlawful, immoral, and unethical to conduct medical research, even in the case of an emergency, unless steps are taken to secure informed consent of all participants and to ensure the right to refuse. COVID-19 vaccines are simply not safe according to easily accessible VAERS data and should have been pulled from the market a long time ago, as the swine flu vaccine was after only 53 deaths. COVID-19 vaccines have caused tens of thousands of deaths at a minimum and hundreds of thousands of vaccine injuries. The emergency use authorization of all of these vaccines was illegally obtained by corrupt, unelected government officials and others who suppressed effective treatment options which would have disallowed EUAs from being granted in the first place. Masks do not prevent viruses from spreading, and in many ways, particularly psychologically, they are harmful to children and teenagers. The evidence is very clear that standard cloth and surgical masks offer very close to zero protection against virus-sized particles, and that masks are psychologically damaging to children and teens. Vaccines and masks must be made voluntary immediately and permanently.
Okay, I've had a request to adjourn the meeting in a moment of silent prayer or positive thought for Dr. Trudell Skinner, who is still in the ICU on life support. So if we could just take a moment.